But before that, it was like September. I played like a few games every like month. I don't even remember playing this game.
I damaged my fingers by playing controller too much today, so I'm gonna be
No.
pokey on my buttons.
I've been playing a lot of Risk Rain.
I know. I've been playing that too. DLC just came out and everything.
Yeah, I still haven't unlocked the new people.
Oh, you
Let's
haven't
see.
unlocked Drifter yet?
Nope.
Interesting.
I guess I'll be in the top left. There we go.
Sick. Hiding away. Where did Ulti go?
He's just gone.
He left.
We have matching Fugies too. And he left us.
I've been right here.
Hi, Ulti.
Oh, is that Venom in his new skin?
Why are we joining my team?
I don't know, Ulti was not. He wasn't here.
Also, did you send me one earlier?
Yeah, I want to do some
Wasn't
quick
in
play.
my room.
That's okay. I just did some rank.
There you go, Ulti. You're the leader now.
Now let's hopefully this works.
Your mic sounds weird, Jan. Did you get a new one?
No? What's wrong with it?
You sound very echoey.
Sounds the same.
Really? It sounds different the last time I spoke to him.
I'm the
You sound
exact
different. Sorry, I don't know
same person.
You sound different, bitch.
Did you get a new mic? Maybe you can't
technically,
hear
yeah.
me with your new
Since the
mic.
last time I spoke, Jan,
Alright, I'm
I
gonna
did
start
get a
here.
new mic.
Hello.
See,
Hi,
exactly.
Hi.
Oh, I was already in the main screen.
Oh, okay.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everyone. Welcome in.
Doesn't settle for anything less than the original. You fucking bet.
Hello, hello.
It's Halloween,
Who's here?
guys.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Barbasaur.
I still
Hi,
got the
Chai. Welcome to the
Halloween.
30 stream streak, Chai. Thank you so much. Hi, Pasta Lover. Hello, Nightmare. 30 stream streak. That's crazy.
That is huge.
Hi, Ari.
That-
Hello.
Is that Ulti on an Ulti stream?
Hi, and hello, Necro. Yes.
Hi.
It is.
He saw me streaking.
did.
That is a sentence.
I did see you. What? Huh? Yeah, tonight we're
Huh?
gonna be doing
Oh.
some more comp.
Hopefully, we can actually play though, because we haven't tested it out.
Yeah, you can. Oh.
Has match
No.
rank yet? Too great.
No, Jan.
All right, guys. We're playing separate rank.
Oh dear God.
I'll still be here.
Sorry,
Jan,
Jan.
no.
Started
Yeah,
my
you
match.
Alright, we'll do this.
It's only 5 matches. It's fine.
Okay.
It's okay, Jan.
I'll see you guys in an hour.
We'll have
See you.
different top game callouts.
Yep. Be like, what are y'all talking about?
We gotta get the Spider-Man. What Spider-Man? He's banned this game.
He's in my team. Jai, congrats on getting first. You are today's Alpha Mousey, and congrats on scoring.
By the way, I wonder if you can save that game, because I definitely
You
want to
can.
save that game replay. You can? I want to save that game replay.
Let me put you in.
Alright,
Oh, this
Necro.
is Kunlun.
Let's do it.
Maybe I'll Q snipe you guys.
I think I'll heal with you. That seems to be how it's working.
I want to play
Necro.
Jambit.
What if I want to tank?
Make
There we go.
life with a King of Thieves.
Okay, Groots. That's good.
So if I suck, I change my mouse settings, and that's totally the only reason.
Damn, mine took a minute for me to find a match.
Who are we banning? I think we need to ban Elma.
Elma?
Emma Frost.
Oh, Emma. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll ban him with you.
Why are we banning Bucky? Why are we banning Bucky Johnson? What is this nonsense?
Grandmaster
He's too
today?
strong.
Yeah, we're gonna hit GM tonight. Hi, Redfish. Hello.
Oh,
Damn.
oh, that's unfortunate.
Triple
We had a
heals.
rebel. I vote. we-
Say Yonek, welcome in.
Yeah,
It's time for you to get in.
I missed chat. We are gonna be locked in focusing.
Congrats on your cheese.
Yep.
Yes, we are playing comp.
You request to ban him, but you don't ban him
I
yourself.
did ban him.
We are playing comp.
Hi, Mila. Yes, hello.
Me, miss.
Sorry.
Massages.
I mean,
Scattered brain.
Wow.
ooh.
Okay, that works. Yeah, that works.
There you go.
Oh. Jambit.
I'm gonna pin that too.
A hamburger.
Yep. Has been pinned.
Yep. Please.
Hello,
feel free
Hamby.
to resend messages
Ooh.
if we miss them.
How are you doing? Got any plans for Thanksgiving
I
tomorrow?
Through the 7
lady.
stages of
Hello.
grief.
Bald. But I just got here.
I trust.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the other magic. Okay, never mind.
Thank you for the ball.
Okay. Let's do this.
My team is communicating and I've been ignoring.
Necro, get into uniform. Good boy.
What? Do not ever call me that.
Huge. Cooking food, eating food, sleeping. What kind of food you
Play
cooking?
Spider-Man? If you want me to hate you. No.
What we
Joking.
cooking?
If you want me to hate you is such a wild sentence.
I don't know what's happening in their set, but
No, Spider-Man is.
I hear
very
Penny setting up
strong.
mines.
Yeah, I hear too.
I hear her too. She's in my game as well. Turkey potatoes. And bussy sauce. Good shit. Did I send you the photo of the meal I had this morning? What am I doing? We're playing a game tomorrow, and then I may join some friends for some food. Well, I'm joining my friends. We're gonna have like a Thanksgiving outing at their house. They're gonna send the Andres tomorrow.
Venom just ran right in.
I mean, that is kind of what Venom does.
Yep. Good, we're good.
I'm the dead.
Star-Lord is on me. I'm one.
Can you group with the team?
I am trying to.
We need a
I
bail.
may need to switch to a tank.
Yeah, I'm dead too.
What do we do here?
Excellent question.
Hey, no eating hot dogs.
I think our DPSs kind of need to start shooting things. We have a net lady, so that should help a lot. Why is our mag just running straight in?
Maybe congrats getting on scoring today. You have scored one time. Last time I think you got cheese.
I do have ult ready.
Yeah.
Mag is just in there. My ult right here.
Let me out of here.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay, Groot's gone.
I got Star-Lord on me. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think I need to switch.
Nice.
That was a massive Thor ult.
Get rid of this root. Nice, good slam.
Oh god.
We got a couple more.
Here, fold this. I'm dead. Thanks.
Ow, I got
Speaking
my
is time to
bad.
give your holes for the good. That is true. I'm swapping to a tank.
Nice.
I was trying to stay Iron Man.
Why is
To
my
help our-
ping so high?
Ultra. Ultron.
Is there an Ankh right there?
Unknown. Man, Angela. That's a little alarming.
I do. We're good.
No running. Nope, I fell. Got everybody to hey, vacation time. What do you mean?
Oh my god, she just got instantly baked by those mines.
Yep. Star-Lord, on me. I'm so dead.
Oh my god, the
Oh.
lag is so massive.
I'm here.
Come on, come on, come on. Nice, nice.
I unfolded. Wait, when did they get a Spider-Man?
Star-Lord is still on me. I don't know where he's at.
I got him, he's on the left.
Got one.
I'm running to point.
Oh, that's bad. Can you? Yeah, you can heal her.
Yeah, I got her, I got her.
Okay, still have to get used to my new name. But it's working out pretty well.
Angelo?
That's theirs.
Nice, nice, nice. Not nice.
Well, that did nothing.
I'm
Oh, I'm so
dead.
dead.
No.
Moon Knight!
I res the mag. Mag's still in there.
I will be switching. Yes.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing a soul could have done for you.
Yeah.
We have triple support. They should be able to peel themselves.
Before you attack.
Star-Lord's gonna try to legendary, but I'm gonna ult against
He's
him.
up there. That's bad.
You should know by now that I'm far
Oof.
from helpless.
I'm dead.
I'll be Magneto.
Well, in that
I should have ulted sooner. Oh well. I ain't Johnny. Hello. Hi, donuts. Hello.
I mean, they now have, like, literally nothing. So,
Pink fluff for Thanksgiving.
I'm gonna swap to clip
I-
later.
That sounds really good.
was capture the mission area.
let's go.
Celestial?
Yeah, no main tank is what exactly what
Oh.
we needed.
Alright,
Jenny, thank you for the follow. It's nice to meet you.
here we go, here we go.
Hope you're preparing for Thanksgiving. Well, she shielded and died instantly.
I got you, I got you.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
It is.
I'm hurt. Can you give me some love?
Yep, I got you. I'm gonna give you all the love. All the love.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
again for the
Go ahead, go
follow.
ahead, go ahead. Thor, Thor, Thor.
I got one of the sports.
Angela's here.
I'm talking as if you guys are here, but you guys
Working on
aren't.
it. Medic's working on it.
Guys, I got one of the supports.
Oh, I got fucking stuck.
Got her. We got it, we got it, we got it. Good job. Good job, team. Good carry, Gento.
Okay, man.
Thank you.
Good job, Jan.
Yeah, I got their support.
Hi, Onyx. Hello.
Why
Do they
are
have any
you so
Thanksgiving
far ahead?
plans?
I'm hanging out with my nephews.
Nice.
There's a town hall behind.
I'm boosting it, I'm boosting it.
The town hall is leaving. Thank you for the song.
I am so dead. I can ult though.
Oh, dear God. Yeah.
Nice, nice.
What? I thought she danced like 4 times.
I'm gonna wait for the team. You have work. Oh.
Well, this guy's not full. I'm taking so much damage.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thanks. How you doing?
Everyone's dead.
Oof. I died in that ult.
Oh, I cleansed them though. There's so much burst damage.
Yes, happy holidays, you two Nicks. Are you cooking anything for Thanksgiving?
I'm touching. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, the Angela blocked us from getting out.
Yeah. It's alright. I'm pretty sure we can hold it.
Putting it down. Yeah, brother, you're not doing the best with magic.
You watching Stranger Things tomorrow? Nice.
Ooh, in the movie?
Wants to DPS. I'm not a fan
Oh,
of.
I can go rocket. That works out for me.
Your
Oh, no.
man.
Your TV show's on. Nice. Yeah. Hopefully we got this.
Who in the
I
holy
think
good
it's
hell
fine to
is
die
Spider-Man?
here. Oh, I'm not even dead.
Ranked Marvel is your TV show? I can't play Jeff, no.
You shouldn't even have it.
Where'd she go? Oh, I dunked it on her! That was sick.
Got the bus? There you go. Not
So Gambit gets healing when he ults, right?
Res.
Gambit gets healing, he gets status effect immunity, or he cleanses status effects. He constantly heals, applies a jump and damage boost.
This guy's not dying.
Gambit
He's the
literally
real
does
Gambit.
everything
Yep,
under the sun. It's
That's my
fucking
Gambit.
crazy what this character does.
you are ace with him.
I've been practicing a lot of Gambit. I really love this character.
Oh my
I
god.
think I'm my favorite.
Oh my god, we won the round. Maybe. I wish for naked Leon Kennedy to show up on my doorstep. Oh, cooking now. What you cooking?
I'll watch the left side. Or
Okay, we've already given them so much distance.
somebody's almost dead. Somebody's
Yeah.
dead. I'm resing him. He's back, he's back. Star-Lord?
Yeah, that first revive really helped
I
out.
am dead.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Star-Lord diving.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wait a second, what's happening?
That's not good.
What happened, Hambic?
What could you and I possibly have in common, Magneto?
You're right. I was gonna ask if you guys wanted the trials, but I got busy early. We were gonna try Night Rain, but then we couldn't even load in the server.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2.
We have no answer for this Thor.
All you need to do is capture.
Just play Penny.
Going in, she's going in.
We have a penny.
Tell her to
I'm her second
good.
healer.
It's winnable, it's winnable, it's winnable.
Well, it wasn't working, but after we finished playing like Risk of Rain 2, it started working, so we got prompt.
Anyone willing to help?
Got you, I got you.
Looks like the mission area is going faster now.
I have my ult.
Star-Lord's up here.
Oh, nice kill.
I'm gonna put this right here.
That's huge.
Oh, they burned mine.
I'm so hurt. Yeah.
Ooh, if you can stagger that. Never mind, they have triple heals. This guy's not folding. We have to back up.
Oof. Oof. I'm dead. Star-Lord got me.
I didn't know where the fuck the entire
Oh,
team was.
I missed.
Alright, we're still holding it down. This is good, this is good.
Maybe back it up.
I'm almost back, Necker.
Yeah, I'm keeping people alive.
Man, if I was good, I can kill this cloak.
That's not good.
I mean, I still think this is good. I'm always already have to.
I got the Thor on me. That's not so good.
I don't think they have a
Oh,
lot of
dead.
damage, so I could go
Yeah,
loot.
that's all they need for a good win here.
Do anything against that.
Yeah, they just had so many ults saved up.
Yep.
Dragema, I'm not against it. If he's fast
Or-
enough, we can make it.
That's,
My brother, any slower would be
That's alright.
fantastic.
There we go, there we go. Oh, I'm dead. I got
Nice.
caught. Ugh.
Yeah, that did not do a whole lot.
No.
Our Penny's still alive, though.
Yep. Came back.
Yeah, I tried.
I tried to hold it down.
I think you just killed our Hawkeye by resing him there.
It was just a
I read
prank.
through it.
Dude, I'm 12 and 12 right now. Jesus. Yeah, our tanks are not holding theirs back, which is a problem. Their Thor is just running
I
straight
got
past the
my
team.
ult ready.
We're down a tank, but they're down a healer. Yeah, she was dead both ways.
Mag, what the hell are you doing?
I'm gonna res him, I'm gonna res him. Star-Lord behind.
Oh, everybody's ulting.
They burned it.
And kill Gambito. Oh, nice. I think we win here.
This might be winnable. Yeah, it's winnable. I got you, I got you.
GG.
5 seconds.
They have a Wolvie now.
We did it, guys. We won.
Another epic victory.
Is that the enemy? Oh, it's our team.
That's not good.
That's double bad. Yeah, he's
it's
got us all.
Damn, that was a clean wipe.
Only Punisher's up.
We need to wait for our team to regroup.
Yep.
Well, I've lost one match, Havoc. I don't think I'm always winning.
Very Executioner.
I'm not. I have zero faith in that ult. We'll see. If we can keep him alive, that'd be sick.
I do count.
I got Star-Lord on me again, Necro.
I need to keep our tanks alive.
Yep, yep. We're good.
Yes, I've lost one.
Burn is, yep, we're good.
Okay, I think we got it.
Oh, that's the hold. We did it.
Get rid of him. Nice.
Okay, he's gone.
And that's how we win it. Let's go.
Good game. Good job, guys. We did it.
Good comeback. That was a
Good
good comeback.
comeback, yeah. That was a good comeback.
Thanks for carry. It's okay, Zild. You did good. There was something personal against you. That Thor was just diving the back line.
Yeah, we did it. That was good. You didn't realize we have the Wolverine.
I'm Centurion with Gambit.
Nice.
Who do you think you want to be today?
Double Rocket Man and a Spidey.
Centurion with Jambit. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get Lord while we play comp.
This match.
I just got Centurion with Magneto.
How do I save this game mode? I want to see this. What, was it this one? No,
It was-
that's
The you can pin it, I think.
It was a Midtown game. Yeah, I found it.
looking for a victory one because you won that. that one. Not that one. Was it this one? No, we were diamond already in it.
I mean, yes, we're looking for a mid-tech game. I think I saw it in your stream.
Next, thank you. Congrats on scoring today. I hope your cooking goes well.
Yep, there it is, Miss Madison.
Yes. I'm gonna name it Legendary Game.
That game stressed me out to no end.
Invalid characters detected.
Caramel,
Oh,
Spaces.
have you sent a picture?
I'll just name it Legendary. Good job, Necro. We did it.
Yes.
Yep, we did it.
How many more placements do you have, Ginger?
4 more. I won it
Four more?
in the next match. In
Okay,
an
thank
hour.
you. Yeah, Ginger carried us. Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was there the whole time.
Jam plays Star-Lord perfectly.
Thank you.
If only I could play as
Meat
good as-
pockets. Now bread than meat pies.
Rowan
What?
saw in my friends list someone named Kiss Me
Is
Bucky,
in soon. Thank you.
Get ready.
and it took me a bit to remember who that was.
Yes, it is Meat Maple. Wait, who is that?
I believe it's
Do we know
Johnny,
that?
isn't it? I'm playing.
Johnny boy?
Oh, we cannot ban Emma.
That's fine.
How you doing, Maple? You have any Thanksgiving plans?
Why don't we ban a penny then?
Let's see what these people decide to ban. I think we should follow the flock, and if they don't ban anything, honestly, we should probably ban like.
Nice.
Yeah,
Got Emma.
penny.
Oh dear God. They said Hella, so we're gonna go with Hella.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Or you
close.
thought?
Oh, that worked out in the end.
No
yeah.
plans just yet. That's okay.
Let's see what they pick for another ban.
It's fine to just chill. Do you have work or are you off work? I got off work, so that's why I can
Chill
play
for the
today.
rest of the week.
Yeah, I have the rest of the week off. It's very nice.
Psylocke? That's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm not against the Psylocke ban. Oh!
Darn. See what else they can play.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
Oh, that's theirs. Or is that ours? Wait, what?
Also play Star-Lord. Cloak and Dagger.
I'm getting Emma.
I might go Cloak and Dagger for a safety pick first.
Yep.
Can we have some nicks? Well, there was some OBS stuff, but I'd rather stream Finland. Or that's okay.
Magneto!
I hope that goes well.
I can strange. Or
I think you should stay healer because
Okay.
you're the only second healer because we have 2 tanks.
smack you across your face.
Why am I being slapped? I'm just about to get married.
What? Wait, my Magneto, like, it's not CC immune?
So are Rogue
You
and
can get
Gambit
stunned
like
at the-
officially a couple, or
Yes,
not?
they're officially a couple.
I've seen
What is happening in my
iterations of, like,
screen?
she was like into somebody else or something.
Well, Gambit does die at one point.
That's in the it doesn't die.
In some of the comics, he dies.
I know.
But yeah, Rogue and Gambit are a couple because for some reason you
Are we still holding
remember
that?
when I told you about Rogue's powers.
Going.
Oh man.
Ulti,
Huh?
you remember what I told you about Rogue's powers?
Yeah, yeah.
Gambit can't be affected by them for some reason.
Yeah.
He's just
Classic,
immune
I
to
can't
it.
be affected by him.
Apparently, Gambit's one of the stronger mutants, but I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've read any comic.
I'm getting cat.
What?
fever.
There's a Wolverine.
No way. I shifted upwards.
Yeah, I'm
Necro?
definitely dead here. I got Wolverine.
I'm solo tanking now.
They are on me, like. I am dead.
Where's the rock?
Where? Where's our rocket? 64 wrist, nice, Nis. Nix. You are now Nis. Nice one, Spidey.
I don't think Mag has ult, so I'm just gonna ult right off.
That's why I said I was gonna miss some massages. I'm sorry. We're doing comp.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm
I
so
couldn't
dead.
get my ult off in time.
That's okay. I'm
It's
going
not
to swap
okay.
to Rocket.
Are you sure? Rocket's a good idea.
Yeah, I think Rocket's
No.
the player.
Oh no. I think Cloak and Dagger might have been better. I couldn't save him.
The moon haunts you.
I'm getting picked by him.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yes, you are Nix.
Nice. Popped it.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely dead here.
I think I'm bringing you back.
Oh. Thank you for swapping back to Emma. Spider-Man. Oh, huge.
Actually hunting there. Magic's gotta leave me alone. Oof. I'm dead.
Yeah, we kind of need like a Namor because this magic.
That's
is
fine. I
ripping
killed
apart the
their
back
other
line.
support.
By the
Oh, we don't have any sportals? Or do we? Oh, alright,
Okay.
I'm gonna just TP.
Hello, Anda. Hello. Thank you for lurking.
Yeah, we're getting picked off by this Magic and Angela. We kind of need like a Bucky
Hello.
or something.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
No, she was solo. I'm Maddie.
Alright, we have a thing. Should be good now.
Right.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. There's still a chance to stop them.
You have a hole.
We need to stay near a thing.
Yes.
So I can constantly get rid of this Angela's.
Aha. I'm dead.
Okay,
Angela,
he's
bye.
already dead.
I already portaled.
Oh my god. I'm stuck.
We need to kill this.
Necro!
Spider-Man, can you touch it?
That's not good.
Oh. Ow.
Yeah, our team is doing nothing against their
Don't
dives,
stagger, don't stagger.
which is a little worrying.
Rocket, get out of there.
No.
Only 60 seconds left. Better stop that vehicle.
I am Groot.
Trying to save our guy. Except I need to be saved now.
Yeah, he's dead.
I am dead.
Emma's flying, she's
so far.
cheating. Our rocket gotta be thrown.
Oh my god.
Hopefully your team.
Down to 30 seconds.
I don't think they got it unless I can make it.
Do you get there in time, multi?
I am here now healing.
That's huge.
Okay. Magic's a bit of a problem.
Yep.
Get blocked. Q.
Okay, Angela's gone.
Yep.
I don't know if our rocket's throwing or not. Ulti.
Huh?
I'm just kidding. It's our rocket. He just keeps ulting into the enemy team. With a rocket. And we always die.
Here she comes.
Okay, she's dead. We're good. I got my ult.
Nice.
30 seconds before you
Ooh, Venom. I'm not too. Let me be on my turret in peace.
What do you think, Aurora? Do we go in full force or stay under the radar?
Unlike you, my powers rarely allow me to
I'm getting him up back up.
Then we play to our strengths. I'll strike when they least expect it.
and I shall rip the heavens themselves
He just messed up.
asunder if need.
The battle starts in 5,
Oh, I'm so dead.
3,
Wait, where's my Groot skin?
Oh shit.
come get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay, Mr. Fantastic is on their rocket. They only have Gambit for healing. Can you get there?
Nice.
Rising the back.
Ooh.
Don't have my ult just yet. I got Venom on me though.
Yeah, this
I am
magic's gonna
dead.
target me.
This is
I got
good.
ate twice by Venom.
We need like our thing to be on the ball with this magic. He needs to be constant. Honestly, he needs to be focusing her. He needs to not be attacking.
Bro canceled his
'Cause if
revive.
He can't move. He's dead.
Omega Hurricane is charging.
Throwing this in there. That's not good.
I missed my ult. Or did I?
Here one.
This magic.
Nice, 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 nice.
Starlord, get over here.
Nope. Woo.
Good job.
Oh god.
Bye, Honda. Have a good evening. Take care, take care.
Some uninvited
Good job.
Everyone, together.
We're still in it.
Is he doing it?
I'm scared of this magic, dog. Dude, she is ripping me apart.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Back up, back up, back up.
Happy rivals. Oh, he's not folding. Oh shit, my bad.
Rocky, you stand still, please. Dude, I don't know what our Punisher did.
I don't know what he did either.
When he's in turret, they're just on him like glue.
I mean, that's what you gotta do.
It's not like that good. It's okay.
No, it's the best. It's super good. I don't think you can cancel his Star-Lord ult with Emma ult, but he hit anyway. Kobe
That's huge.
just got a 4K.
Yeah, Venom was
Resing you,
on me.
resing you. I got kidnapped. I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's death for both for you. I'm alive.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm dead. They're cloaking.
oh
daggers
no,
down
I
now.
have been Wolverined.
Oh, this poor guy.
The amount of times I've rezzed this man.
Don't need to wait.
I'm dead. Enjoy the amplifier. Half of our team's dead. This guy's trolling.
They're doing 3
I
healers.
got my ult.
I do
Can't
too.
cop you there. I'm gonna use mine first.
Yeah, good.
We are undefeated.
That's fine.
Oh,
They just burned through mine.
Yeah. The thing is trying to frontline with thing. You
That's
cannot do
fine.
that anymore, dog.
unless.
You got nerfed really badly.
I'm dead.
Oh, yeah, good. Bro, this guy just
So fucking
is
good.
troll.
No. No.
No way.
Oh my dear
Back
fucking
line, they're
lord.
getting us back line.
Oof.
I had a huge ult and I missed.
I am trying to save you. It's not working.
Yeah, they just our tanks are not dealing with this Venom. They need to shove him away.
Us against the world.
Yep.
It's portaling. Strange is gonna touch.
I'm dead already.
Yo, I can't with Thor. I can't. Someone get Thor off.
Oh my god.
We need a Jeff.
Venom?
Jesus.
I have ult. I'm gonna make
I've
sure
got
this
mine too.
Moon Knight doesn't use it. Doesn't destroy my ult though this time.
No. Oh, thank God.
We are undefeatable.
No. It's fine. We just
Yeah,
need to
that
win
was
one
already
fight.
bad.
Bro, why'd you?
Uh-oh.
Behold the god of thunder!
Okay.
Someone get him.
Oh, fine.
You needed a timeout.
I reload. With you.
Brothers! You gotta fucking turn around!
Okay, there we go.
We can always count on you, Spidey.
Worrying.
No.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Are you kidding me? How did that hit nobody?
I got rid of my BRB.
I'm so dead, yeah. No one else is helping us kill this thing. It's okay, our Mr. Fantastic is doing
I'm
great.
dead.
Portal.
Spirit solo ulted me to get.
What? I'm on point.
Final score 2-2-3.
Oh my dear lord.
Hi, Tori. Hello.
Oh my god.
I cry.
Oh,
There's no way we can make it. It's over.
yeah, I think that's it.
Our dude, what in the
Unfortunately.
sweet holy fuck? Nobody was attacking this fucking venom or magic when they were diving.
Yeah. The swap we got a Namor who was trying to protect us.
He wasn't. He was also frontlining with our Mr. Fantastic.
Oh well.
I'm just gonna
It
avoid
is
that
what it
guy.
is.
You guys also lost? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lost. I'm lucky,
Yeah,
guys.
where we once were. So you are part of the team.
Exactly.
Mr. Fantastic did fine.
Yeah, you did great.
It was
Did you
just
finish
like
replacements?
I have 3 more.
3 more? Okay.
I'm trying to
Get the
win or lose
soul.
these as quick as possible. Excuse
reason
me.
we lost that's because I could not deal with the fucking venom because he just kept targeting me.
Yes.
And our mag and
Yeah, the Wolverine kept coming for me too.
yeah.
Why is my Q
they were
time so
just
long?
Diving the back line, and no one was sitting in their way for whatever reason. I think I want to play Gambit. Okay, we're not banning Magic or Psylocke. Ew, I would prefer you be Magic, please. Loki is like hot ass right now.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's so good.
Loki got like omega nerfed.
That's fine.
Penny?
I don't think Penny's a good ban here. I think we should go for Tried and True.
Angelo?
Ooh, Bucky? Daredevil's also a good choice. Yeah, I'm gonna let them
I'm
do
gonna
their
do
picks.
Daredevil.
He should ban Daredevil.
Jeffrey. Yikes.
Wait, why are we banning Sue?
I think we need to ban Elma. I
Elma?
think we need to ban this one.
Sure.
Wait, let's see if everyone's in agreement. Okay. Unless we have an Emma player, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
I play Emma.
Okay. What
Wow,
do
you guys banned my Emma. I can't play Emma. I'm on the other team. Target banned.
Yes, perfect. They didn't ban Emma. We made a good call banning her.
Wait, why are you banning Namor? Wait, we also got a ban from Emma here on this team. It is you
Emma
guys.
is always a good, consistent ban. She needs to always be gone.
Guess I'm healing.
Please do not. I need another healer. We are not fucking playing Loki, and yeah, I'm sorry, that's not happening.
Why not?
Loki is literally bottom tier. He
Oh,
is
we
in
have a
his
fucking
own
dagger.
tier.
He's so good.
Alright, I will
Loki?
go strange.
Loki?
He's in the L tier. For Loki.
Give
Yeah,
her
I'll
team
be
up.
frank with you. I would rather have Jeftron solo healing in comp than have a Loki in a good
Jeftron.
comp. Yes, Loki is so garbage right now.
Let my boy Loki free.
If he can get 15k healing, that's a bonus. And that's not saying a lot.
Alright,
He's
watch me. I'll look.
so bad right now. He got banned because of Luna Snow. It's just how it is.
Hello.
Hello there.
The battle starts in 5,
We don't have a
Guys, we're gonna play
tank.
Gambit.
3,
We have a solo Thor tank.
1.
They have a Hawkeye.
We're just missing Loki.
And Bucky.
Got it?
I have heard tales of
We have no front line.
the story.
Gotta reload.
I am the front line.
We are dealing with a Venom. Give us like a few minutes.
Oh, Drums, thank you for the follows. Used to meet you. Do you play Loki? Loki bad, and then yeah, you need. I saw the movement from From Adam
There's
Warlock
still
when he
a Venom
dies.
In our back line. He's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, yeah, that was so sad.
Spidey!
Isn't he like super fast now? They massacred our boy.
Someone took a teleporter.
Wait, they're playing Loki up there.
Oh, you're very lucky I couldn't get that off. Yeah, they're just targeting me hard.
How you doing, John? You got any Thanksgiving plan?
I didn't think you could delay
Am I
it.
saying your name correctly or am I butchering?
Popping off.
Mm-hmm.
When he's better than Loki, you know something's wrong. That's true.
Alright, I don't have to use portal just yet.
Oh, huge.
Oh my god.
I can
Yo,
ult
our
that.
Spidey needs to be like hard diving this Hawkeye to make sure he cannot play the game.
There we go. We got him. Nice. If they had their Gambit ult, I think they could have won. But they didn't.
I have to say it.
Who do you
Spidey's
play?
Dying.
Or
Yeah, I figured our Spidey wouldn't be good.
Got two of them?
It's okay, I will
still
just
there.
pocket you.
I would play Gambit, but I haven't played him. I don't even know his kit.
Don't worry
He's a
about
lot
it.
of
Some that
buttons.
Necro is good with them.
Well, I'm used to playing a lot of
Yeah.
buttons.
I'm very good with Gambit right now. Oh, that's far.
Like Capital Blade. Ooh, nice. What
yeah,
rank
of
are
course.
you? If you play ranks.
That's not good.
Oh, nice. A double hello.
Shit.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Oh, I should have pulled that Loki up there. Only go to now, solo suffering. It's okay. I am too. I'm still in placement. Hey, if you're ever down to play, you can add me.
Nice.
Oh, whoops.
Throw a little love behind you. I'm from.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just get in front of me.
No worries. I've got your back.
They have a storm?
I'm a little worried about that. I'm 50% to my ult again.
Why would I
I have to reload my healing.
Oh, that's real bad. Oh, that's double bad.
Uh-oh. Is this winnable though?
Yeah,
It is.
ow. There, Hawkeye just dicked him over so bad.
I died.
Our magic
And
died.
a
I almost had my ult.
C9.
I can portal.
I don't think you need portal.
No, I'm portaling.
I don't think you need to.
I'm portaling.
Yeah, we have enough time.
Okay.
Well, okay, never mind. TP says. Okay.
so easily?
I didn't know if I was gonna ult there or not, but it looks like the ult was fine. That's fine. We can need that to survive.
I need people to be here.
He's dead.
Why is nobody coming through the fucking portal right now?
Ooh, Knight, where are you going?
Nice.
How does he have so much health?
I gotta reload.
Wait, when did Moon Knight get shields whenever he used the ability? Is he Bucky now?
Oh my gosh. I'm keeping it strange.
Yeah, thank God. Okay. Why did nobody else take the
The
portal?
right
Why was it
click?
just me and you.
I don't know.
When did he get that? I haven't played in a while.
Oh yeah, he's got 2 right clicks now. It's wild, Jan.
Well, what does he do? He just gets a shield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very confused because I thought he was dead and then he just kept healing.
Do they have a penny, Jan?
No.
Okay. What's their team?
Well, we just won the round, so
Oh.
Nice. We did too.
Because Penny is now one of the best healers in the game, along with Widow.
oh, does Penny heal with her web style? Because I think I was getting healed
Yes.
in
And
my
heals
break.
teammates and gets
Heals her
other
teammates,
shield.
yeah.
That's pretty good. He also has his own 5% damage buff.
I need my comfort dog.
Oh.
Thing got
Oh,
horrifically
my game clips.
butchered. He is now one of the worst tanks of the game.
Has 2 charges against shields.
Gambit
Good
is
job,
breaking
Rocket.
the meta right now.
Gambit's what?
Breaking the meta right now.
Yeah, I saw a clip of like, what's his face? Punisher like flying across the map with it all.
Hawkeye.
Yes, I got seasonal percentage, but wait, Moon Knight got a percentage buff?
Yeah.
I think I saw another one where he like one-shotted people. Yeah, it's fine, it's the Moon Knight
also
combo.
makes you charge your ult faster. A Moon Knight can get
Oh, yeah, I knew
times
that.
one Gambit ult. It's stupid.
That's pretty good.
Wolvie.
When you ult, the cards do damage to enemies too?
No. Well, they do, like Xing Shou, they
No.
shoot out a lot.
Yeah. Like I like heard it when I was dying. And I was
Every
watching a
instance of
cooking.
damage.
Daredevil's probably the best DPS for now. Is that what he's always been?
Yes. Yes.
He can alt right click twice
You
and
can
force that.
burn through most ults with the Daredevil and our Hulk's a little too deep in.
I was about to say his alt line, but I don't remember. I am unleashed the something. Let something out.
Yep, it's dead. Is Hulk
Let the
Banner?
dog out. Oh,
He's
rest in
Hulk.
pieces. Yeah, we have all 2. On the enemy team.
Oh, that's real bad.
Are you guys in the let's see. Wow, that anti-hit is huge.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Am I dead here? Yeah. Then got fix.
Oh my gosh, he's being done strange.
You're not. Oh, you touched.
I'm gonna also the steps.
Good job.
That was a sick fucking game.
Easy game. Good job, Chanjo. Carried us.
Well, game is not dying. Someone kill this guy. He's just standing still. He's not dying. Oh, they have triples board. That's probably why.
What server are we on? I don't know what server we're on.
We are somewhere.
I think we're on
EST?
Virginia and Dallas right now. Yeah.
Somewhere in the east. I'd say West Virginia.
Bro, I out-healed a Cloak and Dagger by a landslide.
Wait, how are we actually holding this run? I thought this team would fail. But we're doing good.
We did good.
We have a hidden gem in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
God, I'm dumb. Why did I tell you not to portal there? It was in overtime.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, you got a portal.
In overtime, if I say don't portal, fucking ignore me. My
Okay,
brain
well
just
done.
shut down. I didn't register. It was like, why
Yeah,
the fuck
no
wouldn't
worries.
we?
I thought we could touch, but I saw the mag die, and that's when I changed my stance.
Was the invis buff needed? Absolutely not. I don't know.
Yeah,
why
but I
they
can
did it.
shield myself now and I can heal myself.
2 to 3 more games.
Yeah, they
2 to
also
3 more
have.
games.
She also
Yep.
has 275 now and does increased damage to enemies. So
That's why I've been like tickling them when they die. I have my own.
they just wanted to make dive less of a issue. So they.
I mean,
buffed most
BP can
healers.
still one-shot me.
So can Daredevil.
Yeah. This guy had definitely
Actually,
got...
if you get dove and you put your shield up, you actually might survive.
Not when I insta-die from their BP. I survived once out of like 5 encounters. BP's ass? What about his
Oh
ass?
yeah, BP's ass now. Yeah, no, he's terrible now.
No, you're pranking me.
I've heard. Yikes, that's not what I wanted to play. This is what I wanted to play.
Oh, no more, please.
Oh yeah, no more would go like great here. Someone has to know how to play him here. I know
Their
how to play
suit didn't
him.
have ult.
We can't.
Can't get out of here.
Daredevil? Yeah, okay. Moon Knight's also a good
Moon
ban.
Knight?
I think we should go with Daredevil first.
Oh, we did it.
Moon Knight. Moon Knight. God damn it. You
And
should've
then
made
I
your second
stole
choice before
MVP.
that. Okay, we'll ban Moon Knight next.
Can't dive with
If they
BP
don't ban
properly, he
Emma,
just
we're gonna
dies.
have a
No, we'll ban
problem.
him now.
Yeah, when he doesn't, like,
Never mind.
do his dive correctly, I think he just stands still and dies and resets.
Now are we banning Moon Knight? Yeah, okay, we'll ban Moon Knight. See, my problem is we don't ban Emma, we've lost.
But
I can take Emma with your help.
You cannot take Emma. Even
With
during
your
a
help.
Luna's, even with a Luna's no ult, you will lose. She is the strongest tank right now,
cool.
and has been since her launch. So if they don't ban her, we're boned.
Yeah, we can take Emma.
Yikes. We might have a situation.
I've been trying to relearn her. You keep messing up my abilities though.
We play in 11.
2 more games. Clown.
You've been clowned, Jan.
I have been clown. Grimo's not here. He's not touching Vaughn.
Group? Okay.
Oh, we've lost. If they have an Emma, it's over.
I think our group can take the Emma.
You know.
Welcome back,
Every
Havoc.
single 1v1 against an Emma is an Emma guarantee win. She is.
You're telling Grimo.
She will flip
That's
you and
fine.
kick you and kick
He
you
understands.
to her entire team.
You can give him the timestamp. 1 minute. 1
I
minute.
have
Well, 1
zero
hour
faith
to
if they have an Emma,
1 minute.
We can win.
Wait, I just played on that
Unless
map.
their Emma like giga sucks.
What are these bans?
God,
60% Daredevil.
I was watching someone play comp today, and I saw someone ban Jeff of all people in a fucking platinum game.
I mean, Jeff is dangerous.
You shoot the funny shark, and he generally dies.
I think a great Emma counter, but he's
Thing
not
is a
really
great
good
Emma
up.
counter. Thing is an okay Emma counter, only because
He can
cannot
brawl
be
with her.
kicked into a team. They're still
Yeah.
gonna melt him, but
I think Groot's the better one against Emma.
they have an Emma. Balls.
Especially since you have the CC immunity now. With Groot.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay, hopefully our Hela can just carry us to victory.
Alright, I'll play Jeff. I got you guys.
We
Stand
need to
far in the
kill
back
her.
of the field.
She needs
Guys
to
will
die.
get spat on.
They're dying, they're dying. Nice, nice. Something's in the back over there, it's Jeff.
Little Jeff.
Okay, he can leave.
30 seconds.
He won't touch.
Get ready.
We're very lucky our Hela's really good.
Yeah, I'm focusing her. I'm focusing her.
Yeah.
If we X-Men know
She could just pressure the healers from every off angle known to man.
Torch is bad.
Oh yeah, Torch got like Omega nerfed.
in some
What will happen when he...
think that may be a good
They removed his survivability pretty much.
Battle starts in 5,
He had survivability?
3,
His combo of mashing the melee button.
Oh, I wasn't here for that. I don't know about that.
It was since they've had it since the
Let's
launch.
push up.
For Torch?
Yeah.
But Torch wasn't on launch.
They deleted it.
Or like when he launched. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yikes. Oh,
Get
God.
spat on.
I mean, they don't have a defensive ult anymore.
No. Wait, this Scarlet? Oh, never mind. Forget I said it.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
You're never gonna go ahead of me so I can get them with the ult. Ulti needs you to be ahead of me too.
No, wait. She died.
They destroyed my BRB. Nice. there, right there.
No!
That was so fucking rude.
That was
I
one.
thought I could just press E and my thing would pop up.
Wasn't worth it. I had my ult. He wasted the Groot ult. That was Omega mean to that poor Magic, though.
Pure chaos. Do we die to that? No.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Is that just a wasted ult?
Emma probably has her ult. We need to watch out for that.
Come here.
I'm over this Venom each and every
Gotcha,
time.
gotcha.
Oh my god, help our Venom! Or our Groot.
What?
Please.
Guys, there's a Stranger Things right there.
Okay.
This is actually good. I'm stalling him. This is all what I wanted. I'm stalling their Doctor Strange. Look at that.
Stranger.
Doing good, we're doing good. Change up behind you, behind you.
Yeah. I see him.
Okay, she's dead.
Yeah, good job getting that magic.
Thanks.
Nice, there Jeff is done.
Damn, that was such a good pick. Also, their Magic probably needs to swap. She's 2 and 4.
He got nobody now, Jeff. I cry in the Jeff free.
Keeping with them, I'm gonna boost it. Keeping with them.
Yeah, okay.
Me and Storm has still not comboed, even though I've been waiting. He's not holding, he's not holding. Gambino! Oh, the Gambit just chased me the whole time.
I got you, I got
Yeah, I'm
you.
definitely
I
dead.
got you.
I don't know why we all saved our ults
keeping
when I
this
popped
team alive.
mine. Keep them alive, ulti.
Yep. Magic is on me. Yeah, get her. Nice.
This guy definitely has ult.
Oh god.
Don't! You're right, don't.
Come on, baby. Let's push to victory there. Hella is getting Omega diffed.
That's fine with me. I'm putting it down a BRB.
Huge. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Nice.
No.
Oh my god.
Good job.
Brother, what is their team?
Good job.
Surrender. That's so fucking mean.
I'm so T. What's happening with this game?
Make way
Hey,
for
we-
the King of Thieves, baby.
Hey, the diamond too.
Don't do that.
Thank God their Emma player is not that good. Gosh, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't look...
Well, I was trying to join the Emma. Not the Emma, the Storm.
We don't have a chance, guys. They're doing really well. The highest kills is 6. We're losing. Badly.
I forgot I can't even disrupt this guy. Rip.
My nephews love Groot.
Do they?
Yeah, they watched a show that has him in it.
Nice.
My nephew, my oldest one. I love all of my nephews, but he said something to me recently that I found hilarious. He looked at me and said, "You look like old."
Damn, got
You
him.
look like old. Wow.
Yeah.
He got you with that.
They have a
How
widow.
did you
They've
recover
given
from
up.
that? I would never be able to recover from that.
Well, I said he was a baby, and then he was like, "I'm not a baby."
Magic.
Where?
Up there somehow.
Can
You-
that's where I last saw her.
relatively keep the team alive?
Yeah, I can keep this team alive.
Shit.
Not up there, not up there. I think she went back.
Use that ult. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, we need to back the fuck up.
How dare!
The current score is
I was trying to make friends with the enemy Jeff and he killed me.
time to switch things up.
His name is One True Magic. He's playing Jeff.
You're on.
He's pranking.
Nice, nice.
You'll need a ton
Keep
of
them alive.
attention to win this one.
Yep. Keeping them all alive right now.
Shit.
I am almost at ult.
Q ult. Nice.
I'm dead. They burned it.
Bam. I got instantly popped.
Hello, you need to, like, be in my fucking line of sight.
Yo, Jeff.
How the fuck is this Gambit still alive?
I'm almost back.
Yeah, I'm dead. Wicked Portal, I have faith!
30 seconds before you
Oh
attack.
my god, yeah, our mag is getting muted.
What happened?
He's very loud with his, mic.
Oh.
Kids are ruthless, kids are ruthless. They don't have that filter that tells them not to say things.
Yeah. Look at Jeff go. He's running into a wall.
We did our Groot.
You're getting sacked.
Lads,
You what the group?
we should not have gotten an ego about surrendering.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Why were you so far up ahead, Buck? Shit.
I'm with you.
Oh, they have Iron Man.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
fuck.
Are you
I'm
Spider-Man?
dead. Why are you... Are you?
I think this is winnable.
Okay, but our...
Go in, go in.
I'm dead. Strange is just pushing back our team.
I might be dead here.
2 more games.
Yeah, we need to leave. This is why we do not get an ego, children.
What's happening?
We are now getting steamrolled by their team.
Just anti-steamroll.
Alright, we have an
Right.
Emma.
Oh.
I'm trying to keep this Emma alive.
Where the fuck are you? You need to get with the team, honey.
Don't mess with
I got Bucky.
amazing Spider-Man!
No, I couldn't help with the hurricane.
Okay, they don't have heals.
Nice.
It's okay, guys.
They're portaling.
You guys get in my mouth. Go!
There's still a chance to stop them.
That was gross.
strange behind them all.
Yeah, that's not good. We need to leave. Emma, what the
Nice.
hell are you doing? Yeah, they're dead. That was...
High volt ready. Didn't waste it. Necro, I'm one behind you.
Oh my god, our Magneto just solo
You're
ults to
starting to
Jeff
hit.
every single time.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oh, that's their own gamble.
How'd that card go?
Why didn't we game it all? Third game it all.
I'm dead. I got sniped.
Now we're gonna game it all.
They have a mag? No. They only have a strange.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
My god.
Alright, Storm, I need you not to ult when I'm all the way. Okay, shit. No, I mean, you didn't.
I'd move your revive thing behind here.
Oh, yeah.
Like in this room.
Yep.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. Incoming.
Where's she ulted?
That's real bad.
This magic is on me.
The light force is building. You stop them in
Yep,
Oh
ow.
my god. I tried getting you.
Oh, they have triple heals.
I am dead.
Yeah, it's almost like we shouldn't have said anything about
60 seconds left.
they should forfeit.
Sorry.
Okay.
It was just a prank.
It was just a prank, I promise. It was a prank, bro.
These guys don't like pranks. Wow, I'm dead.
We better test this out.
Okay. I think we're doing good with this comp. We just need to
We
not.
are.
How much time?
Please don't get stuck, Jeff. Why would you spawn back there?
Down to 30 seconds.
Gonna make it unachievable.
You would taunt
3
you.
minutes to take point. We got that. Okay.
That's fine. Every second we stall is fine. Just make me spawn here.
We have
Nope,
a
never mind.
minute. We have 3. There's no way we lose this, right?
No, we're not gonna lose this.
They seem to steamroll us pretty well. Davy Jonesy is a fantastic name. Okay. We got a hard carry ulti.
Get your armor pack.
A timely boost.
I'll get you next time.
I almost have my ult.
I trust this Venom.
My nephew's just reading now, which caught me completely off guard.
Thank you. This Jeff has just died to Magneto ult over and over. Oh wow, what a dodge.
They have a Wanda.
Oh my god. She just got deleted, but I'm resing her.
I died to that, bro. I'm sorry, Storm, I died.
Down to 30 seconds.
They're opening a portal.
Portaling?
Let's take a step back. I'll get you next time. Give them another inch. Or out.
They're pincerring us.
I got nobody.
Oof.
Jesus wept.
Oh, huge. was just a distraction for my dude.
Yeah, I'm dead.
GG. We had
Nice.
Storm Jet, but he only used it twice the whole game.
We need our Strange 2 portal. I'm dead. They're gonna try to... Yeah, they're dead.
Oof. Oh, are we still fighting in there?
Yeah, we're still fighting. Get in there.
I'm trying to. I don't have my boost.
The ulti prank.
That's not good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they got it.
I didn't know that we were still fighting in there.
Oh boy, that's real bad.
What's happening?
They got our point.
Money. Oh wait, it's
All it
overtime.
takes is one team
Okay.
fight. We need to not let them push any more than they already have. Where the hell am I? Our Venom, what in the sweet holy good god is he doing?
I got
He's
it.
stopping him. He's got this.
I'm getting our Bucky back up.
Oh, massive.
That's huge.
There we go. That's not too bad.
Huge Venom ult.
If they hold us for 3 minutes on that point, it's over.
Nah.
Okay.
He just
what we
build
need-
up for one team.
I don't know what we need to do here. I don't think we should portal, but if they portal, that's not a total bad idea either.
Or
I'm
portal lane.
stressed again. And relax.
It's fine. It's just fine.
It's just come on. I want to get ulti's goal.
We can do it.
Eternal. Eternity, not eternal.
Eternity.
Yeah,
Why is
we're
everybody
gonna
banning
check
Emma?
the chat
What
too.
the hell? 5 out of 6.
Like I said, Emma is the most busted tank.
I
She's the
want
most
him to
busted
play
character.
Emma.
I wanted to Elma.
I can't Elmo.
Woo! This is a very fun round, though. I like it.
Very stressful.
It is.
No, it's not stress. It's just calm.
That is a lot of stress, Chan.
No stress. It's fine. At the end of the day, tomorrow is Thanksgiving. And we keep.
Alright. Thanksgiving's gonna be great.
Yep.
I was
What are your
testing the
plans
odds
for
there.
Thanksgiving, Ulti?
I'm gonna go see my uncle and my little cousins.
Wait, is this for real? I am DPS?
Yeah, it's for real.
I'm DPS?
Whoa. 2 tanks, 2 supports right away. I can play my name on.
Oh, she almost instantly died.
This guy tried to Lord farm the group, but the other guy didn't switch. Aura lost. Where's my last placement? I should be able to join after this. I did just start it though, so
Presence of royalty. You would be wise to show some
it'd be like under 10.
Nice, nice. They're falling apart.
Okay, thank God.
what it's come to. Working with petty thieves. Who's the one being petty?
Got her.
Last I checked, we was both fighting a good fight.
There's so many walls. It's like a maze right now.
Dude, what in the Fortnite am I watching?
This is Groot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Rocket's gone.
2, 1.
On your toes. Here they come. Promise rogue the perfect honeymoon. This sure ain't it.
They just sit down.
Why would you
Why?
waste
Why
that?
would you?
That was a fan. Oh no!
Hey.
You just want to scream out that we're group.
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Oh, damn.
Someone get Mr. Fantastic, he's one.
There are so many people.
Just who Gambit we're looking for.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Try to stop him from moving for a
Owies.
second.
Rest now, little one.
Oh,
I shall return you. Gambit never falls!
I died.
Wolvie? Alright, they have 3 tanks. That's not a bad idea.
Well, that was our Gambit ult.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Is that winnable?
we're just getting dove right now.
Somebody some love.
Yep.
I'm just gonna die and reset.
They went after my BRB.
I may go Punisher to just
There's just a magic
shotgun
in the
them.
back. And not a
Yep.
single person's killing her.
I am waiting for Rudolph.
Keep everyone alive, ulti.
Yep.
Jesus, for the love of God, one of you turn around and kill this damn magic.
Nice, nice.
That was so sad for that rocket.
Portal?
No, they don't have enough. They don't have. Oh, Jesus, ulti, your assists
Nice.
scare me.
My
51
51
assists.
assists.
Yeah.
I think this Groot's ult.
One more game till Diamond 2. Good job.
46k healing. Ulti.
What did I miss?
No, you did. I had 30.
Oh.
38k. I was second highest. Their rocket sucked.
It's alright.
Oh no, he didn't suck. He was a tank for a while. That makes more sense.
I was about to kill their Loki and my Jeff ate me.
Dude, their magic picked up. Yeah, that was scary.
I am gonna be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom. And let,
I should
I'm
go
not
get a
gonna
drink.
myself.
That's how I
Yep.
I will also be right
Fine,
back. Jan,
Jan,
entertain the
keep everybody
strat.
entertained.
I'm playing on.
I don't have Loki right now.
I gotta get out.
Something seems fishy here.
This Moon and I know they spawned to us, right? Or just die.
Battlefield ready again.
I come down, I come. Huge. England.
Judge, jury, execute never falls.
Huge. I can't hit anybody.
Your powers are mine.
I'm back.
I bet.
Fix my headset. Hello, Jan.
Hello. What the hell happened to my mouse?
Where's my mouse?
None of these guys are dying. How is this guy alive?
I don't know, Jan.
Thank God
I'm
for
back
the
too.
use.
Hello.
Hi, Ulti.
Hello. We're doing good. Doing very good.
Yeah, I know, right? How many games have we won so far?
More than we lost.
We've lost one game today.
He's gonna shoot down this corridor.
No, we've lost a lot of games. No, it was a quick play game. I'm dumb,
Alright, rank
blind,
up time, Necro. To Diamond 2 we go.
Cool.
I'm trying to one-shot their... What's her name? Magica.
There's a lot of what's her names.
We have a Hulk.
What was I gonna say? Oh. I heard a fact about a turtle recently that I kind of went on here. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
So there is a turtle called the Fitzroy.
No
turtle.
way this guy lives.
Fitzroy River turtle.
I think we should
And-
use Spider-Man.
I don't know about that. I'll see. I'm gonna let other people pick a ban, and if they don't pick at 2 seconds, I'm banning Daredevil.
Again?
Again. What was I saying? Oh, the Fitzroy River turtle is.
How's
native
Bandit just walking up to me?
to the land down under? And
I say Spider-Man.
I keep missing my
no one else is
shotguns.
gonna vote. So what it does is it breathes through its ass.
There you go.
Do I make a decision here? Do we ban Daredevil or do we ban Emma? I think I would rather deal with a Daredevil than. We good with this ban? I always do the request just in
damn.
case someone wants to play Emma.
We had Gambino ult and we didn't ult. Yo, Jeff
Gambino.
is huge.
I'm a scared man now.
Sorry again.
I mean, we could have a Daredevil. I was watching a
Whoa.
voice actor for Daredevil play this game.
He's a good voice actor, yeah.
Alex Lee, yeah, he's great.
I don't know his name or like anything about him, but just like from his ults. Yeah.
I hope he's okay, because he sounded like he blew his throat out with that.
Oof.
It's clobbering time.
But,
Yeah, girl, thank you so much for the lurk and thank you for that.
he was playing the game, and he was doing negative. He wasn't doing good, and he looked at his chat and said, "The devil does not swap, even if he's going negative."
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown.
Let's go back to
Have we had a Hulk this entire time?
375 on a healer is
For a little
fucking
bit,
nuts.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Three-quarters of the earth is mine to rule. Those who oppose
I can't even play anymore. They're too divey. I also missed my.
Star-Lord.
Also, Hulk, if you want to, like, when you hold on to me, jump behind them and try and, like, get someone, anyone, if it's a tank or whatever, because then I can try and bring them further
The
back.
fuck? Who hit us? Oh, they have a Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil's right now on me.
Check it, place.
I got him.
Okay, he's dead. Oh, this guy knows how to play him.
This guy got the voice changer on. What the?
The mind.
Jeff
state
is a
is
robot.
out of you.
So, one, pop it.
Oh, I got these walls.
Good friends, good friends.
Goodbye, Genie. That was a good fight. They have Sue Dagger. There's a Psylocke.
They destroyed my BRB. That's Psylocke.
She's dead. Or she's not dead, she's just away.
Alright, they're pushing up, so I'm gonna put this right here.
Well, that person just got deleted.
Let's just try and cap here. Jet bolt, watch out, back up.
Nice, nice.
Well, only one healer.
Cleanse us, we're good. Yeah, there was like absolutely nothing we could do to rescue you there.
That's a
Resing her. Walled off.
Yeah, I'm dead.
We could portal here. We could portal.
Barbie Portland.
Tried.
Oh,
Portal, 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 portal.
Behold, dark child! I bring
Hitting harder than ever. Keep your circuits cool, Herbie. We'll get you there.
during my sword. Faster, my friends.
Somebody's gotta destroy these trees.
I will always lend you.
Usually the Nut Lady should be doing it.
where's the-
Oof. I'm dead.
Your powers are mine! Gambit never falls!
Come, my minion. I lift up my comrade.
Newfound power.
Honey, you are so low on health. Yeah, I'm working on it.
I'm here, I'm here.
Why did you run in when there was nobody with you?
Nice.
We should go now, no?
No pleasure in that, but it had to be done.
Oh my god, she needs healing bad ulti.
I'm working on it.
I am shield. Excellent.
We are so
Yeah,
dead.
I'm so dead.
We got. What's her face? The flying lady?
I should have used that.
Helena?
Clouds gather.
I'm dead. I tried. We have a Loki. Lord Loki.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm so dead. Okay.
No, you're not, no, you're not.
Enemy in front of us. Shield at her.
Try and go behind him to the right here.
Nice, nice, nice.
Benny, thank you for the daily cheese.
I'm dead.
I got you. I got you.
You down. It's gone.
I got you, Venny. Oh, he stepped off.
What?
Gonna miss you, Storm.
Huh?
Well, freaking have a good one. Yes, thank you for hopping in, Benny. How did I insta-die?
What the fuck?
Everybody's ulting. I don't know what's happening. Jeff, please.
Alright, here we go.
We need things to die.
Let's end this quick.
Thank you, Loki.
It's a maze out there.
Oh. You think we should be walking back in?
Oh my new lord.
Like, what touch it?
Already rest our penny.
Oh, I tried to walk out. Matter of jet what day? Jeff, get in there. We tried.
Score 1-2-2.
Angela.
Angela, that's her name.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
There's a cloak and dagger behind us.
I am now placed. Oh,
Nice, nice, nice.
I didn't see that.
Fine, I'll
Nothing
just do
wrong, you're good.
everything. I'll DPS and I'll heal. It's fine, Mag. I'll do what you want.
Holy moly, Necro.
Time to see if your boy Gambit can steal us a win.
Nicker being a single parent. Yes,
I am a single parent.
it happens.
I
No,
am a single
Ulti's
parent. What am I?
Ulti's
Sister.
doing fine.
But I hope I continue being your friend. Your magician.
Thank you for shouting out, Benny.
That is so sweet of him. Maybe I should give shout outs
Yes,
for
thank you,
everything.
milady.
Then slamming it onto the ground after sleeping,
Once I mentioned.
damaging, and
Yes.
PC impacts. Spring. Oh,
What is my browser at right
okay.
now? What was that?
side effects are both stash for resistance.
Oh,
While striking, triggering 3 kinetic explosions. E. Flush. What?
Imagine.
E.
did he really miss that?
Yeah. Ow.
Conjure a heart. Sleight of hand. Breaking. Damage boost. Okay. This is damage boost. What? Paste. No way. E. F. Race.
Got a penny.
Mainly gain damage boost and switching
It's portaling.
Are we portaling?
under spade.
We are portaling.
Flush. Oh, I have hearts. They're the same? Okay. E.
It's huge.
E does the kills. F does the damage. Okay.
Yeah,
F
I'm okay with
this.
that.
EF.
I'm not gonna make it. I made it.
What does EF do for Gambit?
It cleanses any status effect.
Oh, okay.
I am so dead, maybe?
Oops.
Maybe not.
What does the flush do? His
The
EF.
It
Come on,
does
team.
a lot of damage.
That's all it does.
Yeah.
What about his raise when he does the FE?
It's a push, I think.
That's all? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mastered him. I'm ready.
Double KO.
Wait, does it heal and damage boost allies? Is E? Double E?
His no, it only gives a healing buff.
Then why do I see an E bridge boost whenever I'm looking at an ally?
Well, the bridge
Instead-
boost is the
How do I damage amp anybody?
F.
Oh, FE.
FE is a pushback.
Nice.
Then how do I damage boost?
You damage boost with your ult.
Yeah, but it says conjure a
There's
spade
the
by
only-
consuming one and gain a damage boost and switching the
Oh, I wasted
the breaking
portal.
No,
spades.
your damage boost is for you. You gain a damage boost during your duration of F.
Oh. Okay. I get it. Thank you. Then E is my heal to myself. Oh, look at that. We're learning. Not a lot though, but still pretty good.
I'm not gonna say anything. I was gonna be really mean to these people, but I'm not going to. I was gonna
As long as
say,
we're not Groot, then we
yeah,
should be
that's what
fine.
Double KO.
just gonna sit here. My son. I'm not a single parent. I'm just a single, like, soul
Oops.
keeping the enemies from killing our team by killing them. I have more kills than our Phoenix.
Yes.
We're TPing. Ulti, come back. Ulti, come back. Ulti, come back.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're TPing. You have voice chat muted.
I do.
Kind of figured. Okay, now they're arguing with each other.
Wait,
It's
there
no
you
longer
go.
we're the problem. Oh my god, I'm alive. Not gonna be for much longer.
Oh my god, they totally just burned that. I'm dead.
That's 3.
Oh, I guess you're almost done. Never mind.
That did not reach anyone. Got the Psylocke on me. I am dead.
Damn it!
Did you fall?
Get shut down.
Let's see. Shit. Yeah, bro.
Fighting our own war back here too.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Is that the last one? Oh, there's two.
Gosh.
Shit!
Oh, they got off. Oof. Sorry.
Did I finish?
Yes.
I'm ready.
I will admit that was a pretty bad portal.
No. Yes.
Are you done with placements?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
It's time to finally comp.
Oh my god,
Finally.
he's here.
All right, we're
Jan's
starting.
here.
After 2 hours. Now the title is for real this time.
Charm of myths. I thought that said charm of nuts. I've been in the internet
Why
too
did-
long.
Why did those 5 games take longer than my early 5 games in gold?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I think I want to play Gambit.
My gold matches lasted like an hour.
Oh, we have Beetlejuice.
I'll be Magneto.
You get your old team up back, Jan.
Now,
Yeah.
who am I gonna ban?
Except the other one's
Man,
better.
man.
I can actually kill everybody with the old.
I'll tank with you, Ginger.
Sounds good.
I'm not with the Angela ban. I think Penny's a better ban.
I'll ban.
Yeah.
I didn't even get the click ban.
Angela is not a good ban.
This guy doesn't want to get
Okay.
Dovas Hawkeye.
I think we need to be. Then he should not ban Angela. He should ban Daredevil. Who do you think we should ban next?
Groot. That's my other tank. I'm gonna do Daredevil. Namor. What the hell? I'm going Daredevil.
Yeah, I think we need to get rid of Daredevil. I think the Namor ban's a throw. Namor is always good to have in the back pocket.
You're
My Groot.
No, Jan!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The fuck did I just
Lost like 3 tanks.
hear? Spider-Man? Fuck.
He's fine. Watch, he's gonna cook.
I only trust one Spider-Man, and it's Samurai.
Yes.
I don't trust any other fucking Spider-Man.
Yeah, but we can't force that.
I think we can.
What? I thought comp
My
was 3
opinion, I
stack.
think the Hell and the Moore team up. I
They better not play that, bro.
cool.
Yeah, why would you say something? Now they're definitely gonna play it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hello.
They have to be good with the character.
It's gonna be an epic one. You sure you want to go in with just a deck of cards? No, says the home fighting against gods with a handful of arrows. Touche.
I have a sword.
The battle starts in 5,
Ultron.
3,
Ultron.
Yeah.
2, 1.
In my
Damn. I'm getting pushed off. Life Weaver, help me!
Yes.
Why did nobody
Escape
griff
for life.
like me?
I could have saved you, but I didn't react in time.
Yeah. What? Oh, that said yeah, I didn't want to.
Pushing them back pretty well right now.
Yeah, we also keep. Yeah, I'm saying back.
Going instant more players, that's crazy.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, I turned around for 1 second from right.
Yeah, the Angela, I don't think is going to be that much of a problem child. We just like focus her down when she tries to dive someone.
Yep.
She's diving.
She just missed. He's back here. He's killable. How did she not die? I ate that. We have some portals? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I got mine. I'm gonna wait. Because I don't think he hit many people with that.
No.
He did not. No.
What? I hit him with my back.
Got him.
Good job. Good job.
Good stuff, some good stuff, good stuff.
Fair.
Yikes.
They're not touching.
An idea? It's huge.
I can't see them.
Almost died.
I thought I can block that.
Oh.
Can I not? I thought it was LOS.
You can if you're looking in the center.
I was.
I think your shield doesn't go below your legs.
This is stupid. We have no healers. That's I'm getting healed by the cart.
I got you.
I'm waiting for this pack here.
Still on top for you guys.
Angela behind.
Where'd she go? I don't want to get pushed off.
Probably.
Nice.
Nope.
Killed one.
Oh, that's bad.
Where'd that invis go?
That's still bad.
That's yeah,
Oh, that's fine.
yeah. I'm still shooting invis. She's in the back.
Yep.
You shouldn't get hit by that.
That's fine. I killed her.
She won. There we go.
Yeah, their team up is not even working at all.
Gambit's right here.
Gambito.
Wait, whose team up's not working?
They're hella. There's a Magneto behind you. Alright, no, he's dead.
There's an Angela on point.
It's fine, we're blocking the heals. She's still back.
Yeah. Waiting for them to push up.
Magneto behind. I can't see you.
He's dead.
Nice.
They're dead. Oh, that would have been huge. My mouse disconnected.
I'm missing it.
Oh, I'm dead. Nice.
Yeah, back up, back up, back up.
Yeah, that was huge.
Nice.
What are they doing? Angela.
Our team baited them into playing Hello Namor, but they're bad.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No timeline exists.
Oh my god, this is the non-Lord Cloak and Dagger play. That's so weird. Ow.
We're getting up to GM tonight, men. My men. We're getting up to GM.
That's in like 2 laps. That's pretty far.
Penny would. No. It's been here.
My people, no matter the price.
They could penny, but
Is Penny not banned?
no, I'm just kidding. She's bad.
Okay.
Is she? Yeah.
Exactly. I'm the master of mystical.
I thought I could see the veins when I pressed it. Or is the bad spot?
Sure, why not? Please let me meditate. Bonjour.
The battle starts in 5,
I don't know why they switched out of Moon Knight. It was still not ready.
2, 1.
It seems we have company.
That's funny.
Yeah, I was trying to stagger them too by pushing them down.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh, I got him.
Don't have any shields right now.
They have a blade.
Focus Luna. Everybody, the whole team focus Luna.
Focus, Blue.
Focus Luna now.
There you go. Well, it's just me and
Kind
him.
of dealing with their own problems back
Do that,
here.
do that.
Yeah, but I helped him. Close enough. Blade!
I got you.
You
Got it.
should.
Nice, nice.
Nice.
Couple aid.
Where's their Moon Knight? Just gonna ult.
Focus Luna again. Focus Luna again.
Bro, I don't even see it.
Oh wait, no, it's
Got
not
him
upon. Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
She's behind the wall. I can't focus. Boink. Usually.
That's sad. Problems in the back line.
It's fine.
Uh-oh. I'm dead.
Still alive.
Oh my god.
Spidey is
I
being an
lived.
absolute menace. They're-
Yep. Nice honk shots.
That was a good dunk, by the way, Gender. That was fabulous.
That's a huge ult.
Ain't going away, boy.
I didn't know where he was going with it.
Where the fuck is it fighting?
I am ready to put on a show.
Is that our winning hand or their winning?
It's mine. A win in hand is me.
Yeah, but what if they have a winning hand?
There.
He's one.
Where's our Spidey? He's also one.
There's a thingy on
Okay,
me.
sick.
I'm going on Luna. In the corner over here.
I
Got
got
her.
frozen. I'm freezing.
There's still a minute. I'm not gonna ult.
I gotta reload.
This guy is not escaping, right?
Nice. Thank you for lurking, run. Hello.
Nice.
He's getting boiled.
Nice, nice, nice.
I have ult again too.
Nice shot.
C9! Get pranked.
Dropping the ball, Janjo. Dropping the ball.
Yep. I just did damage to them.
Nice.
You need to push up, they can't touch. The moon. Wait, C9, they're touching. Just kidding. Pranked.
Jumping over.
Wait, they're touching.
They're touching.
Good job. Diamond 2.
Nice.
We repaired the web.
We did.
Or we broke it.
DPS were good.
Yep. Oh, not
I'm not Diamond 2
not
yet.
Diamond 2 yet. Yeah.
Excuse me.
That was such a good round.
Yep. I have a bot to ban.
Hang on.
There we
You
go.
bitch. I was just about to do it.
What happened?
There's a bot
Ban
in
the bot.
chat and I was about to ban it.
Yeah, well. Get banned. We missed one earlier.
Next game is rank up.
Hopefully. I have
Should be.
faith.
I got 34 points that game.
Dude, that's fucking radical, Jan.
I got 18.
I don't
Yeah.
remember how many I got. I had 10 final hits on Gambit.
So I'm the only P2 here.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh,
I think I
one.
want to play Gambit. Spidey!
What does
I
Tito
can
want?
strange. I can rockets. I can cloak.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
Who do you think we should ban, Jan?
I'm just here.
Penny's pretty good to ban on this map.
Alright, Benny.
Namor,
Namor.
I'm not really with the name. I think this is the same guy from last round.
Emma.
Well, yeah, swear to God. Rowan has informed me we should stop doing that, by the way.
What?
But
Willy-nilly banning people, because people are not going to be happy if we do that.
So?
They will throw
You want
games
the
if
Namor?
we do.
We just report it.
We
And
haven't.
then-
We have a Hela.
we do have a Hela.
I don't think it's a good idea to ban him.
I'm banning Daredevil. There's nobody else is picking.
I'm just gonna let the 50-50 decide this.
Of course, I'm gonna win.
You'll need a top-notch.
I never think banning Namor is a good idea. Yo, Lord Punisher is nuts. All right, Tito.
Okay, that
Tito.
works.
That means uncle. And he's 6 years old. Yeah, that's what it means. Uncle.
Yeah.
Born in 2019.
Neat.
They're attacking. I'm going to jail.
You
Anyone
welcome to
remember
Mag
anymore.
Prison, Jan.
And I got cards on me. They'll never see this coming.
To stop a high velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old timer.
Hey, Jan,
Damn,
I
good
stole this piece
thanks.
of paper.
What the?
That's Doctor Strange scroll. Don't tell him.
No,
High scroll.
no. Yo, I just have a doctor's appointment in the dentist.
GG probably.
Do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sample.
Is someone throwing? Widow.
Oh, Widow.
I believe that's why they said GG.
I mean, it's alright. Widow Phoenix.
You're the new heal buff? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just pushing in and
Okay.
throwing my cleavers. But to say stagger, but
Just ran man in there. Though.
Where was their Magneto? Their Magneto wasn't even here. He didn't die with the team.
Inflation is not
Hello,
something I
Umbra.
ever
Hello.
want to read again. Hi, Umbra.
Maybe he got bills to pay.
Oh my god, Business Jeff is the next skin that comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, he already knew.
Customizable too, like a mythic skin.
Yep.
Why is there
I believe
Gambit
that's the start of
front
mini
lighting?
skins, because there are red skins in the files that we don't have yet. Group wall walled you guys off.
It's fine.
I'm shielding it.
It's okay, we're
Nice. No, my buddy. I'm ignoring the guy in front of me. Let's shoot the people in the back. Alright,
Yeah,
goodbye.
pull back.
I have my ult. I'm gonna ult
Ulti?
before
I
there's...
went in.
Ulti, get out of there.
No.
I'll get back in there.
Oh dear god.
Yeah, well,
I walled it off.
but they can just unwall it. Who's this 1 HP guy here?
Got one.
They bursted the thing to close. What is their team doing? This is their rank up game.
I mean, they have widows, so I'm not entirely shocked they're losing this.
Yeah, but she is Lord, which means she's good.
Yes. Okay, she's playing Bucky now. Now I'm a little worried.
Spider-Man is 1 HP over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get to him. Yeah, you needed to come out.
No.
I know it was rough. But you question mark that.
This Groot's got all. I'm waiting for it. Oh.
Oh my gosh. There we go. Thank you.
What? She lived because he folded.
Oh, I'm dead, yeah.
We killed him though.
Somebody got...
That was wasted Groot ult.
Nice.
Yeah, what the fuck is that Groot ult, dog?
Well, we instantly just bubbled. He just ulted Punisher. And then he
That
put his
was one
walls in
man.
front of him.
Brother.
Without Spider-Man, New York is lost.
Get the space scoop to the basement. Got it. So long,
I'm dead. He uppercutted me.
Jan, you and I both need to get a little better at our aim.
I mean, I'm hitting him.
Woo! Shit! Jan, there's a problem point!
Yeah, that's fine. I'll stop him. I was just trying to get ult charge. Alright. Can put it in now.
Appear right in front of this. Are we ready? We're ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We're gonna appear right in front of this Namor.
He's not even here. You liar. Well, do we have anything for that?
That was quite unfortunate.
I am walking out the portal. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was about to say, we don't have any... Did you ult?
So, if I do not have a clear line of sight, we will not be able to... I won't be able to hit you guys with it. And
But
she
where'd
ulted
you
right as
ult?
I clicked. In with you guys.
Arch.
Oof.
Oh, we're down here.
Yeah, I honestly thought they had used all their ults already. I didn't know Sue had hers again.
No, they haven't used it since the second fight. Like, at the second part.
I got mine.
Oh my god, why is she not healing you?
No, it's fine. I have all my kit. Yo!
I didn't get anyone.
I got him. I got him though.
Gonna work on this group. Nice.
We need to get Null's essence beneath the surface. Stuff takes time.
Get him!
I'm getting Sue. Sue's in the back.
That's how I kept the point.
Yeah, Sue's in the back. I couldn't
Oh, I
cap it.
didn't
I
make
said Sue was in the back.
It's okay, I murdered someone. I don't know who it was.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Just ran through them right at the beginning, too.
Now we're gonna attack.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm gonna switch my skin to confuse the enemy.
Make way for the King of Tubes. It's going well. I trust Jan.
Yeah.
On tank.
It's going very well.
I trust both of you on tank, actually.
Yeah, our Spider-Man's doing work, and I'm helping him whenever I'm close.
Also, why is his name Dom hates you?
Who heard of it?
Dom Toretto.
Who's Dom and why does he hate us?
Dom Toretto from Fast and Furious.
I was gonna go with Dom from Gears of War.
Oh. Oh yeah, thank you for the lurk.
Oh,
We
yeah.
are in like a 50 win streak right now. I've only lost 2 games.
8-timer.
Let's go.
Hello.
What are you doing up here?
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Stu.
There's so much strange shit up there.
You have to stop them from
There's just something strange up here. Stranger
What
Things?
is it?
New episode?
We have a Wanda. No, they have a Wanda,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Oh. Well, I say it's fine, we have a team up. Who's over there?
I might be in danger.
No, you're alright. I got you.
Yeah, I'm also here. I don't have any more shields. Nice. Spider-Man's coming. I'm ignoring Groot.
Oh my gosh, that's Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm shooting whoever he's aiming at and shooting.
Nice.
I'll see if you hold up here, it's better, because then we have circle. We have covers.
I reload.
Doing so much damage. No!
It's a winnable. It's a winnable.
Oh,
Yep.
that was a sick.
Yep. Oh, he died instantly. I got stunned. I don't have anything. Multi road.
I tried to.
I got
I
one.
got you, I got you.
I got Bandito.
I need to hit the button again.
Oh,
Jan, reloading!
thank you.
Oh, I couldn't get her.
I can block
That's
this.
not good. I'm dead.
A Spider-Man died to it.
Portal.
I don't think you have time for Portal.
That's real bad.
I mean, we don't have any like support else yet.
I've got,
Yeah,
I
there's
get
no
mine.
point. Just reset. Just reset.
Ulti.
I can't.
Yeah, that's why I said we don't have time. That's fine. I mean, we're out here.
Boogie's incoming. Wheeze.
You good, old man?
Blood off Shan. There we go.
All right, I'm backing up.
Yeah, just back up.
Alti, need you. Alti, need you. Alti, need you. I'm in the bubble. What do you mean? I'm all the way over here.
Thank you.
Can y'all survive in that hole?
Yeah.
Got their healer.
Nice.
Oh, there's a monkey behind.
I almost have ult.
Dealing with what's
I don't
behind.
really have anybody for it.
Yeah, I just need to leave.
I'm alone. I am dead.
Bandito's here. He can die.
I'm dead, yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell me you were low.
Okay, they are kind of like fucking us bad.
I mean, that was
No.
just one fight.
Okay, I'm here. They walled us off.
Just shoot the wall. Shoot the wall. We got two.
I was getting a heal in.
This root's gonna ult.
Gotta reload. Reload the door.
Nice. It's winnable. Root's in here. He's stalling himself. Okay, never mind. I was trying to say stagger, but
Got him.
Okay.
I'm doing poses. Dude, there's a Sue in here. Well, there was.
There.
There was.
Working on this group. Go back up here. Gotta reload.
Yep. Nice. Doing damage.
That's bad.
It's fine. I'm gonna dunk it on her.
Never mind.
Huge Groot ult. Why did she just sit there while I charged my ult in front of her? This Groot's gonna ult. I can feel it. This dude's surrounded.
Leave.
He's gonna ult. He's ulting. I can't stop him. He's gonna ult.
Oh!
Huge ult for me. Thank you. Or to save me.
Back. Good job.
What happened to the Groot ult?
You bubbled me and I face tanked it and didn't grab anyone else.
I fixed it.
Oh, nice. I honestly
Yeah,
didn't even
aiming
notice.
For me, the Sue got away and you bubbled me, so I wasn't stunned in the ult.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. I just couldn't stop him because he ran past me. Enemy team, Ascendra, no!
No!
Good job.
Damn. That was a good get. That was a good round.
Yeah.
That was a good game.
I'm Diamond 2 now.
Nice.
I think I am too, depending on how many points I get. Watching Jando get his MVP.
I'm... How many points I got?
Yes.
Yeah, I got 34
Nice.
again.
Diamond 2.
If we win again, I'm P1.
Oh, right!
Nice.
Good team all around.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Going good.
Yeah, if only we were able to do this like 2 hours.
I know, right?
I thought placement meant that's where I'm at. So why why do I gotta wait?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Jeff,
I think I want to play. Ooh.
single.
Jeffrey. Apparently
Stranger Things. I forgot to pick.
Who am I gonna banish from this
I didn't click on the.
Jan, what do you think? Penny's really good on this map.
Just ban Penny every time. Oh,
Yeah.
Penny's loud.
I think Penny's a good ban here. They have spider mines all around. I see.
Dang.
Oh. Who are we banning?
Now we need a ban. Emma.
Someone said Daredevil.
We can do a 50-50.
Any E-baddies, E-girl baddies in this lobby, I'm E-taken.
Well, I guess we're just doing Daredevil.
Yeah, I guess we're just banning DD.
Daredevil it is.
What about E-man?
Cool.
I was about to say we should have put Emma on there.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You stole your Stranger Things.
I'm not entirely. Yeah, I was about to say I'm not entirely sure about the.
You can be with strangers, thanks.
Well, now I guess I'll be strange.
What is happening?
The guy, he singles bit pranking us.
Bucky, I am not a fan of the Jeffrey.
I am.
You might prove me wrong.
Oh, it's this map.
Oh,
I can see.
do you have Mag Cinemote yet, Jan?
I don't think I equipped it.
It's a free one in store.
No, yeah, but I didn't equip it for mag.
You didn't equip, yeah, I don't have it for Mag either equipped.
Charles would be proud, Eric.
Let me do stuff. Keep shooting the wall, guys. I can see the enemies.
Wanda?
Ooh, that's not good.
What?
Wanda's not a very good character.
She's so good. What you mean? Especially with a Doctor Strange.
Angela.
Doctor Strangeman.
Yeah. You have so much damage. Just walk forward. I'm getting pulled in. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have any focus.
Why am I solo healing? Where's our Jeff?
He's healing.
Emma's doing time.
That's not an Elma. Are we? Is he truthfully? Because we just lost 2 people.
Oh, we need a backup.
Oh shit. Ulti, I'm trying to keep you alive.
Yep. Thank you,
Like,
thank you.
desperately.
We don't have our damage right now.
I've got my ult.
I don't know why she
I didn't use
ulted.
it.
Just back up. I'm just farming damage until I get it.
Okay, we should wait now.
Yeah. Well, unlucky.
There's a Strange on me.
Trying to hold it down, I'm dead.
Yeah, I was about to say most of us are dead back here. I have my ult. They just used like 3 right
Got
there.
mine.
Yep. Alright, I think we're good to push him.
Yeah.
I need everyone to get ahead of me.
They're strange for might have ult. Please kill this one. I'm rushing their backline.
Yikes! I'm dead.
Taking it, Janta, I'm taking it. Is Angela's on me?
You're dead. I'm leaving
Oh
you.
my gosh.
Oh my god, we lost that fight. Holy shit.
Yeah, they TP'd in.
Yankees.
Nice.
Oh, we're
got
still
it.
up.
Angela's gone. Why are we taking split paths from the tank?
It's fine.
I'm dead. It was not fine. It was in fact not fine.
How the hell did I get here? What the hell? I lagged. I am teleporting.
Definitely not a fan of
Yeah,
that.
reload.
What has happened?
I'm here.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
We're having falling, and Jeff is gonna
Yeah, it's dead.
risk his life for us.
Yeah, you're so dead. Monami, yeah.
It's okay, we have 45 seconds.
Don't portal yet, ulti.
I'm not.
Okay.
We're gonna push up though.
We definitely need something.
And do triple heals.
I feel like when the Jeff picked, we should have done triple heals, yeah.
I'm ulting here.
Going.
Goodbye, Namor.
Get up.
Damn, he died too quickly. quickly.
Wait, is everybody dead behind me?
Ooh, I'm the target. Okay.
Where the hell did Dan Gambino go?
I'm dead.
He's low. Ginger, I'm gonna stay on point, so just
Okay.
just do your thing.
Come back.
I'm gonna die on point. I'm gonna die on point.
Why are there so many people? Where's our Jeff?
We got it.
Nice. I think you all got it, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we got it.
Jesus wept. Again.
That vehicle to its destination.
There's no one to again. I'm gonna take the high ground. Never mind. Now I'm taking the high ground.
Yep,
Um,
that's not good.
That's double.
Yeah, we don't have anything for that.
Triple not good.
I'll just die here.
I have portal.
I don't think we need a portal. I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Because it's not that far from spawn.
That's true. I do have ult ready.
Yep.
You probably
Me
get a
too.
sneaky one up top.
Oh, that's gonna ults, by the way. Alright, I'm going in.
What'd you get?
I'm not sure.
There's a hell behind us.
You blocked him?
I gotta reload.
Their backline's so low. Gambit's one!
Oh my god.
Gambino is one.
Got him.
Yeah, but me and...
Oh my god. Hold
Oh, I'm dead. No.
Uh-oh, I got pinned.
This is the last fight.
I can hold it down for so long.
Oh, I'm so dead, yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead too.
Bruh, what are these heals? They just went from 0 to 100.
Game, it's a very good healer. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
The current score
Oh well.
is 1-2-0. Time to
Yeah, nothing
switch
was
things
dying.
up, including which side you're on.
Whew.
Where's our Spider-Man?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Thank you. Jesus wept.
I am Groot. Where's my Jeff?
Where's my Jeff?
Now you switch off Jeff?
I know, right? Phoenix Hawk guy. Oh my god. Well, I'm having a stroke. Give me a second.
I'm gonna play Fortnite.
30
I'm
seconds
gonna
before
play
your turn. Get
Fortnite.
ready.
It's the only way we could fail.
Is this how we're gonna win? Jan's gonna build us a platform of victory for the victory royale.
Are we just gonna...
We can make this happen.
Are you holding up here? Or
It's usually best to hold up here.
why is there other people back to...
The battle starts
Oh
in
no.
5, 4,
I'm gonna Kobe to watch this.
2, 1.
Kobe!
You have to stop them from
Look at that.
securing the mission area.
1%.
1%.
Angela?
Yeah, she's...
Nope.
I'll go deal with this no more.
Yeah.
I'm lagging.
Oh, not that dead.
What happened?
Yeah, you're definitely dead, ulti.
Yeah, but they're also.
Oh,
It's alright.
Yeah, it's a trade. We have 4 against 1. Positive control.
I'm on my way back.
guys, you'd be ready to cleanse this, Angela. Susan?
That's not good.
Yeah, I almost have my ult.
Yo,
What's happening?
Susan.
That's not good. That's good.
I'm dead. There's a Punisher behind.
I'm dead.
I'm not.
Anybody hold it?
Fortnite. Fortnite.
Portal.
I got one.
Nice.
I'm Fortniting. I'm dead. You can still portal in.
Portaling, I'm portaling.
Yeah, they just left point. Hey, yo.
Our Hawkeye. I ulted for our Hawkeye.
Nice. We're back.
And he was able to kill them. We have a push now.
Yeah.
They're portaling.
Dude's opening a portal.
Portaling? Might die here.
They're judging.
Dead.
What happened?
I was holding the front line.
Oh,
A little bit
he
too
walked
far
out.
up, I guess.
Okay, I believe this is kind of all she wrote.
Yeah, but that Phoenix ult. Good stall. That's at least 4 seconds. And I need to back up and... Who's in
I'm
there?
definitely dead.
I'll see you
I
back.
was already stuck in there.
Okay, I'm out.
I'm holding.
I'm
I'm
blocking.
wasting time.
Yeah, but now we have to wait for you to come back.
I wasted
Coming
2
back.
seconds.
I don't even know what all. So they can come from our ground.
Susan,
Phoenix is almost dead, by the way.
damn brute.
They have group.
I'm
They
a
have
solo father.
a turret on the thing.
I'm working on it. It's gone.
Yeah.
Our team is dead in the back to balls.
You guys are. Well, I freed one of you. I don't know why ult didn't get affected.
I have ult.
Yeah, I couldn't save you.
Where was your ult?
I couldn't. You were in the Sue ult.
I can't believe this.
Ow.
I am Groot.
1, 2, 2.
I got solo wide.
What?
He fucking eyed
I
me.
tried.
I mean, if we had the Sue earlier.
Yeah, I know, right? Jeff is not good unless it's a 3 healer meta.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's just how it is. Jeff
Oh my
is
god,
a
I
very
lost
bad healer.
so many points.
I didn't D rank. I'm still Diamond 2.
I
So I'm
lost.
gonna derate.
I lost 12 points.
That's not good, ulti.
I didn't even get to vote for myself.
They have a gambit. I'm going to assume. Based on the gambit icon I see.
Who do you think you want to be today?
Gambit. Oh, Omen! Oman. They were our Hella a few games ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm not a fan of the Angela. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna vanish from this
It's alright.
match.
Hawkeye. Do they have a Hawkeye player? Because if they don't, I feel like this is a waste of a ban.
I'm for it.
No, let everyone else decide what we're banning.
Curious.
Oh man, that's Oman. That's so sad.
Fine.
Who we banning?
Emma?
Yeah.
Sue.
I'm gonna let Jesus take the wheel on that one.
It's gonna be Emma. It's fine.
Yes, it was.
My
No,
Groot.
Groot! Invis is a bad ban. Don't ban a good healer.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Come on, it's banned. Can't play that character.
Oman! Buckster? Oman!
Oh,
okay. Do not stay Rocket.
Are you sure?
Gold. Yes. Adam is a triple healer meta.
Thank you for the mail, Samick.
Oh my
Hey, what?
lord. We definitely need, if we have an Adam, I cannot
Lady
solo
Havoc
heal
said,
an entire team. with
meow,
just an
meow,
Adam.
meow, 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 meow,
Meow,
meow,
meow,
meow, meow, meow,
I'm
meow,
gonna trust our
meow,
Bucky.
meow, 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 meow,
It's fine, we'll get Angela.
meow, 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 meow,
We have an
meow,
Angela.
meow, 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 meow,
Yeah, she'll
meow, 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 meow,
stick 'em or
meow,
something.
meow, 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 meow.
Oh, he's getting faster.
Meow, meow, meow,
He wants to finish meowing.
meow, 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 meow,
Also, I
meow,
100%
meow,
have
meow,
total faith
meow,
in
meow,
Oman that
meow,
he's going to
meow,
be
meow,
DPS
meow,
Adam
meow, meow,
because he
meow,
plays
meow,
Ella.
meow, 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 meow.
Nice. Nice.
What's her face is one back there, Cloak. Nice. Oh, someone's on point.
Yep. Some magic.
Are you kidding me? That rock spawned and made her live.
She call me Mr. Bombastic, tell me fantastic.
Thank you for the sub, Toma. Yo, Mr. Bombastic, how you doing? Why are you late? Isn't it
I
late?
killed someone.
Nice. You didn't have to, but thank you, Toma. How you doing? Good morning.
Rocks need to despawn.
I know, right? You have work soon. Ah, I see. Well, good morning, and good luck at work today. I'll block it.
I got Oman, I got Oman.
No, I'm not surviving himself.
Oh, nice, nice.
Pop that, pop that.
I'm getting popped first.
We did not pop it.
There's a Venom in the back line, by the way.
Phoenix, Phoenix.
Yep.
He died immediately.
I hit the wall. I'm on cloak. Nice.
I got her.
I mean dagger.
Got you, though.
Harbard.
Venom, Venom behind.
I,
We got him.
I only had. Hope you have breakfast soon, Toma.
The area's almost yours.
Point.
Got her.
This dude's opening a horde.
He's getting res.
I'm behind him.
Oh my god, our Angela.
Yeah, me and her are in here. Still on point.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm blocking it. Never mind, no, I'm not. I'm blocking. I actually am. I want it from. It's only one here.
Why did she?
We are nothing, guys. Oh,
Embarrassing.
we're doing good. How did your sleep go?
This is my non-rank up game.
This is. Oh, that's double embarrassing. But the fact they spelled embarrassing wrong.
But they were typing it very quick.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Slept 4 hours. Nice. How much work do you have left this week? I can spell.
can't spell.
I want to type. It's fine. I'm getting used to the Magneto team up, so I'll be hitting them soon.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, but sometimes the blade spawns on my left side and then the wall blocks it. So I get pranked. Sometimes.
I've got my ult.
I'm gonna start us off strong with ult.
Today into
I'd
bomb?
wait till they fully push us.
Yep. Well, I hope work goes well for the next 2 days. They're already low in there. Layer Penny?
Yeah.
Who's Penny? Someone down here? Oh,
Alright.
I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
yeah.
I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to save you.
That's fine. Can you burn that? Burn that? Burn that? It's on the roof.
Where is it?
It's on the roof.
It's not hitting anyone.
It's hitting the tool. The one's in the doorway. Magnet can be done. Was that all necessary? I mean, they were losing.
It wasn't, but you know, for shits and giggles.
Oh,
Oh my god. I
Rest
gotta
in
go.
peace, this guy. No, I wanted to go up there. Alti, you can fly. Why did you hit that? I have a good dream. Yes, no worries, Toma. Thank you for stopping in and
I got her.
go for the cheese. Have a good day at work. And you'll step.
that's not good.
I ate it. Wait, he ulted right there. I didn't even realize.
Oh, I get the percentages right.
I died on 8 Magneto cells, so I was worth it.
I am dead.
Okay, I've got my
I
ult.
tried.
I was like, why did we just rest in the open?
Mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Oh, Yanyo.
You're giving away my position. I got one. We can kill Cloak here. Where the hell did she go? Yeah, nice.
Got her.
He's dead.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for her to finish. Who is running around? Alti, I couldn't bubble you because you were running in circles.
I was running for my life, Judge.
I can't just call for me. I was trying to bubble you. You kept
Oh my
spinning in
God,
circles.
Wait, everyone's dead?
Yeah. We got Bucky.
Took out Adam and then me.
Holy shit.
Alti ran away from me. I was trying to give him a shield.
No, I ran in front of everybody and then I died.
I checked them out.
I made it back.
I have ult ready.
That's
Not
not
throwing
good.
it out there.
That's fine. I mean, he's down there. Like, we don't have to peek. Unless. Wants a pinch. Alright, I'm walking forward. Come on, Bucky.
Oh my
Bucky's
God.
dead. Bucky's not dead. He's getting you.
Got him.
Gotta throw this out. I'm dead.
Okay, you're coming back, Jan.
Yeah, no, that's why then.
Behold the god of thunder!
Wait, what? killing
so
Thor.
dead, yeah. I don't know why we weren't peeking out there.
On team, we got this.
That's not good.
I got her. Never mind. She got bubbled. I got pranked.
Oh, I got all to keep him alive.
Trying to.
I can portal. If you can keep fighting.
Yeah, we can.
Yep.
Yeah,
Touching.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah, but we're here.
Oh, again.
I'd respawn.
I'm dead. They had the thing.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, we were all dead.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Necro, I'll kill you, you kill me. That's how we do it. Dead.
Whoa, I'm venoming in.
Damn. Alright. I think we need to switch up the DPS.
Yeah.
We have one DPS.
Doing well.
Alright.
Root.
Let's switch it up, chat.
What do we switch?
I'll go Groot.
You go Groot.
Groot's banned.
You're gonna play Venom.
Oh no. I mean, I could. I only have 2 healers. Penny.
I thought we banned Penny.
No.
Apparently
We're-
not.
Lord Penny this entire time?
Yeah, but Angela was working, distracting the backline.
Yeah, it's no longer working though. We gotta plus. I have. No
Yeah, they
point.
switched to Bucky.
What's your
222.
17k. I have 9. I have 8k. 9k. Excuse me. Can't reach.
Well, I have 17k.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
It should be better with Penny. We have the team ups.
We're okay. He threw it too early.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
Yeah, he saw me and tried to get me with it.
Waiting for their Punisher ult.
Which means to like instantly delete his existence.
Well, yeah, but they can mag thingy and then they can cloak ult. Hello, bro. What you doing? I was about to say, what's he doing? I don't have anything for her. We're just shooting the back line. There's strangers one.
Okay.
Well, they don't have cloak ult, so I guess I'll just shoot. Wait for Bucky.
The Punisher.
Yeah.
With my BRB.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, Bestie, I don't know what you were doing.
Of course he dies when I move my BRB.
Nope. I'm cleansing that shit instantly.
I made him back up. He's speaking. We burned it.
Oh dear
Come
God.
back. Come back.
He's dead. I'm jumping the back line.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh.
I
That's
need
fine.
heals. Okay, we got it.
Yeah, we jumped the back line.
Woo! I had not that much good healing, but you know.
We did it.
We had Chipper Hills. just fine.
TTBS, exploded.
Good job.
Always funny watching the DPS gambit. I mean, I did kill things, and it did
Bro's
work.
not even online. Why do you put his TTV? It was just a prank.
To the next one.
Oh dear God.
Hey, one
I'm
more
ready.
and I rank up.
Woo!
I got 34 again.
Apparently.
92, 90.
Yeah, you're gonna be Plat 1 soon. I think you're gonna be GM very soon. Well,
Yeah.
not that soon, but yeah. Also,
You
wait,
get the
were they mentioning
diamond
I was
verse.
playing DPS Gambit when it was the last fucking point of overtime, and I was able to go kill things.
You know.
Thing new in the battle pass.
Oh shit! Yeah, the battle pass. I had like completely forgotten about it.
No, yeah, the that one.
Krakoa. Hey, I believe they also have a game to play.
Two Valors on the enemy team again.
Who?
No, it's
They
the
were
Rocket.
the Rocket last round. Yo, Buckster. Ooh, Penny. Who we banning?
Let's ban Penny.
So, Jen.
I say we get rid of Emma.
Yeah, Emma.
Yeah, let's get rid of Emma. Who the fuck, Jen?
That was a surprise.
Oh,
Bucky, not super
buddy.
chair.
You devil?
Hear me out. Ooh, a diver?
Yeah, I agree. We banned the Dig Devil. We're keeping that devil in.
Daredevil.
Spider-Man.
Damn it!
Kumu Daredevil.
He's never a problem. Why are we banning Spider-Man?
Sorry.
It's not. Daredevil's free. It has now become a massive problem.
I was saying banning Spider-Man. He's not a problem.
Sorry, we just stand in the penny mines.
Until he unleashes the beast.
Until he lets the devil out and blips.
Yeah.
Backline with it. That's not going to be good. Okay.
It's okay, guys. Just don't look at him, and then he can't hurt you.
He could
He's not
definitely
real.
still hurt us. He's not real.
If you cure him of his blindness, he'll be confused.
No. Merci.
I forgot to weaken up this. I'm going to jail.
Goodbye, Jan. To Mag Prison you go.
Spider's plating is made from carbon nanofibers.
The hell, where's she?
It's magneto-proof.
We should grab those armor packs.
Yeah, I got one.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
Oh. Super chair.
There's our Star Lord.
Yep.
Wait, I'm also lagging. What the hell? What's happening?
Yeah, the game's been a bit bad recently.
I have 1,000 ping.
Oh, he's back! Oh, hey, look, they have a Daredevil. That's not good.
That's fine.
We need to watch out. He's very much not.
He's on me.
Okay. He might not be a good one for me, but and our Penny's dead.
What the hell happened to her?
She got smoked. I would assume.
I'm lagging a lot. What's happening?
The servers are exploding.
Yeah, I feel like they're not exploding now.
No, it's... Oh, this is not good. He has no idea what he's
Good,
doing.
good.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, they have triple heals.
Oh, they do.
What is happening?
Oh. I'm dead.
Is this still winnable? I can't tell.
No.
I had ult, but I couldn't see what's happening. I'm playing Phasmophobia. I'm phasing in and out ghosts.
Ray. That was a sick deflect. I heard that. That's what I was waiting on.
Oof.
I got one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna die. Thank you.
You're fine.
Come on, Sue. I got her. Where the hell is that going? It missed.
Come on, come on, come on.
What the hell? How did he get there?
Oh my god.
I'm so dead.
It's okay, their Jeff just single-handedly threw the game.
Huge. What happened?
He ate their mag. And instantly spat him. Oh, you got Jeffrey.
What the? What happened to Sue?
Our Sue got eaten.
But what?
Jeffrey.
How could he do this? Angela.
Our Star-Lord is also lagging out.
Pressing him. Yeah,
Oh my god, he was up pixel.
I am dead.
I have an Angela on me.
They have that point.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm dead too.
Yeah, Star-Lord is walking back and forth. In spawn.
Yeah, he is lagging really bad. Yep, there he goes again.
He's making me lag.
Yeah.
Bro is... Oi. You good fagging bots?
Taking Necro.
I didn't even see him.
This Hawkeye, yeah, someone needs to, like, deal with him. My internet is trash. Poor guy.
I'm teleporting all over. I can't aim. Yeah, but he's making us lag. He's giving me the bad Wi-Fi. No, it is.
Me the stinky.
It is how it works.
I could try to focus this Hawkeye if you two are confident in solo healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you two heal,
Hey,
I can
we're
go focus this Hawkeye
young.
down.
Yeah. Sounds
Welcome, man. How you doing?
I'm
You carry?
doing comp. Comp, man.
Yeah. Without you. Get
There's
pranked.
Angela up there. Ooh, I'm definitely dead, yeah. Angela's on our Sue back here.
Well, tell her to stop.
I'm trying to res. I'm trying to keep our guys healed up. You work. Ooh.
I missed. I got him on point, though. I'm on Gambit.
I'm trying to keep our
Gambit low.
alive.
I went all the way to the back to help the
I
pin
got
line.
the fucking Hawkeye.
You work now. Yeah, I helped in the back.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Take day off tomorrow?
Tomorrow's my day off,
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, for us.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure
Got
this
anything
Hawkeye
streaming
can't
plans,
get much.
Spencer?
I have a stream in like 10 hours.
Nice.
And then food.
That's real bad.
I am dead. What?
Might
I have
be
1,000 ping at. No?
That's not good. I got
None of my abilities just popped? That was very cool. I just sat there and took all of it.
Yeah, I cannot heal you, dog. Sir, I'm staying with my team.
Before we go into the next one, I'm gonna avoid this Star-Lord because he's lagging so much.
I'm gonna trust you guys. Why the hell are you up here? There's 2 people up here.
It's fine.
I have ult ready.
I'm walking out. Never mind, I'm walking out.
Oh my god.
Get him! Solo! Jeff's gonna also move. Never mind.
Got the Hawkeye.
Oops.
Mag. And Angela.
Angela's running. She's not
I hit her somehow when I wasn't even here.
That was fantastic, Jan.
That's how bad we're looking.
Keep captured more than half the mission area. Keep going. Willing to help?
Angela's on me.
You guys okay back here?
Nope. I got Angela on me.
You stun her.
Got
Nice.
her.
Thank you.
Almost got it. Good luck at work today, Miriam.
Yeah, what does Miriam do for work?
She is a pro rivals game.
TP
That's
there,
her
TP.
job.
They're portaling.
Hey, here. I'm going on this
I got hit by
Hawkeye.
it.
I got eaten by Jeff. Jeff is leaving.
I could not save you.
I'm out.
I mean, actually, we still have plenty of time. I could have bubbled myself. I didn't think to.
I just see you, Necro.
I'm dead, yeah.
That's fine. We got. Oops.
I tried to stall. I could not stall.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Keeps it.
That's bad. Yeah.
I bubbled. What did I bubble?
Me.
Is that ours?
We don't have Hawkeye. Oh, the rocket
No.
ult.
I
That's
got
what I meant.
somebody on me. It's a strange. Strange is one. Damn, it's
Jeff's one. I got Jeff.
Okay, that's bad.
I'm on Sue. I'm on Gambit. I'm on Sue. Sue's one. Got her.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job.
I knew Jeff had ult, so I had to kill him.
Down.
The double shield is working.
This is the scary point, though.
mean, LT just has to sit on top of the bush and never die.
No, he just has to
I'm in my
never
natural
die.
habitat.
The forest.
Yes.
No, there's a bush at top you can hide in.
Get ready.
Why are you playing Hella when you're giga laggy?
It's okay, guys. Let them cook.
Your soul still carries a dark stain on it.
We.
Super chain or super chair was the
Laggy
right?
person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Should I give them until the count
Shoot
of
the
4 to
coconut.
walk away?
Daredevil.
Hello. I'm going to point.
Where is this fucking...
Destroyed my BRB.
We're going on point.
I got Daredevil on me.
Yeah, I'm dead. Ooh, there's a Hawkeye somewhere. Oh, he jumped back.
I died.
Yeah, this Hawkeye is ripping us apart. You guys don't have heals.
Yeah, I know. But we're staggering. Yeah. What the hell, my... What is this random lag? There's two ulted, so...
Sick. That's a good waste. They have a Luna Snow now. No Jeffrey.
I didn't even notice. They have one tank. I mean, if we just go like triple tank to just go into them, then we win. Because they have no damage. S'il vous plaît, I'm stuck.
I'm just getting the Sewell.
I'm not gonna make it. I made it. I died.
Lunar. Let the devil out.
I'm very dead. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's good. He's got us.
Is he good, or do they have triple heals?
I think they've got triple heals, which we also
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, so we need to switch off
Thing
on it.
is, they're diving us.
Oh, our Sue's dead.
Yeah.
I can't make it over.
We need triple tank.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it.
Wait, am I alive?
Yeah. Multi-res you.
I was so laggy, I didn't even tell.
Who got pinged? Me.
Daredevil's on us.
Are we here?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, Max dead. Double change out.
Yeah.
Daredevil's on me.
That's what I was worried about.
That's fine. I'm on Hawkeye.
Got him.
I'm ulting these two supports.
Daredevil's on me. He's dead.
Get out of here. We went Wolverine against triple heals with one tank.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm just gonna ignore the tank. When he pushes up, I'm going straight through the back line.
I have my ult ready.
Iron Man.
Iron Man. Destroyed my BRB.
Oh my god, he is so lucky he's alive. I don't know why Wolverine just stopped attacking him.
I must have ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
That's huge.
I
What?
died.
Okay, so he's gone. I'm gone. Oh god, it's just Jan on point. Yeah, they got us.
No, they don't. Never mind, they got me.
Yeah, got you. We don't have enough time to portal, do we?
No, because he died very slowly. I thought he died quicker when he was the last.
Holding. He sees me!
Yeah, that was it.
We were the last two. He kept shielding instead of just dying.
Yikes.
Yeah.
14 and 9. That's upsetting to see.
Hang on, let me avoid him so that we don't
I had the most healing in our team.
I
Intriguing.
kept on getting killed by the ults.
Yeah, we needed a triple tank, but nobody swapped. We swapped to Wolverine.
Well, I made a great decision not to fucking swap here. To a tank. Okay.
Well, no, triple tank will just go through the supports because they don't have any damage. That's why I've been saying we need to switch.
Okay.
You ready?
I have avoided it.
Dude, he was super laggy, the poor guy. His
Yeah,
game
don't
part
play
went
comp if you're lagging. He made us lose by clicking pump. We got prompted.
I had 14. I had the most final hits on our team. How intriguing. Jan was 1 off.
At the end, I was not lagging that much. My second point, I was lagging. And the first point.
I think we're gonna have a lagging experience again. All in all, still an impressive Gambit round. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing good. Oh my god, the Q times.
Yeah, we blocked our only
There we
person
go.
we play with, that one guy.
Dilfzilla is a fantastic name.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I think I want to play Jambit. Ooh, no
Okay.
banning Emma.
I'm gonna fill.
Yeah.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Who do you think? Daredevil? Yeah. I
Did
think
you
Daredevil's
say
very good.
Emma?
Did you? Don't ban our Emma.
I mean, they're gonna ban Emma.
I mean, yeah. I hope this person knows that.
Look, get ranked. Hello.
The Hella ban.
He's never really a problem. Scheming.
Why are we banning
Why
Mag?
Magneto? I'm banning Penny.
Yeah, I think we need to ban Penny. We need to make sure this guy does not get a Mag ban.
Got it.
Banning Mag is the dumbest thing you could do. Because everyone has a Mag in their back pocket. Ooh! No Emma ban. This is gonna be fun.
You'll need a top-notch team
Oh, we have an
to
Emma.
win this one.
Yeah, I know.
Because he wants to play Punisher, he doesn't want Magneto. That is...
Uh-oh.
Yeah. What's this guy playing?
Honestly, if we didn't ban Mag, we should probably have a Mag. For,
That's fine.
The
You wanna do
defense
that?
of...
Are we defending?
Yeah.
That's fine, I'll play Loki.
You'll play who now?
I'm Loki. That's good.
Don't do this to me, Jan. I cannot solo heal an entire team.
You got this. I believe it.
I don't know what that means. I'm vastly too
I
old.
have no idea what that
I
means.
don't know what that means either. Someone's ringing his light. This guy just dabbed.
I mean, I totally have faith in the fucking Emma. I'm not gonna lie.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from
What am I
securing
doing?
the mission area.
Moon Knight.
The moon. Gonna shoot in this hole. Get my.
Oh my dear God. Cloak, honey, I sincerely need you to start healing people.
I am dead.
What's happening?
Just keep pulling it down.
Yeah.
Go back into that, go back into that, you fool.
What happened? Did they are Emma walk back?
I have enough time to make it.
Are we portaling?
Yep,
We haven't even spawned yet.
it's fine. I can just hold it down
It's
for
not fine.
run.
Yeah, they pushed us back. That was Sag.
Alright, get in there, I'm ulting. Get pranked, I'm here. Guys, the thing disappeared in front of me.
Jan, you are kind of boned.
No, it's fine, it's fine. It's not fine.
So, I don't think our Cloak and Dagger knows how to play them.
No name.
I'm unsure though. Yeah, it's
We're
not gonna pull
grouping
out.
up, so Moon Knight would be great.
What that? I'll switch around there.
Oh my God.
Bandy! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'll block it. I block it.
Nice, Jan.
How you doing, Bandy? I'll give you a shout out after I die. How are you streaming? But also, if you do need to go, please feel free to do so. I know it's like very late for you. Please go get some rest if you need to.
I'm almost
He's
dead.
dead. I'm dead as well.
What happened, y'all?
Why is she?
It's fine.
Nice.
I'm gonna hide here. Bam. But yes, like I said, if you need to raid Bendy, please go ahead and do so.
How do you get rid
I
of
know it's very low. Yes. But it's like
CD, for the love of God.
5 a.m. for them. So please go get some rest.
Wait.
Oh, Dead by Daylight. Yo, did you win?
That's
Emma's
not
trying to
it.
grab me.
Yo, boy! They're pushing the objective.
I got the backline. Huge Phoenix ult.
Nice.
That was huge. By our Phoenix. Let's stay name more.
Okay. Jan with the Namor is perfect.
Oh, they switched to
guy.
Phoenix. How you doing, Jenny? Hope you. I'm doing good. We've won most of our matches ranking up in comp here.
Yes.
How are your DVD games?
A lot of close games soon.
I might die
I
here.
got kicked into that hole.
Never mind. I'm ulting. I missed because they had the gambit pushed them back.
I am dead.
That's not good. Jan, you're kind of locked away.
No, it's fine.
Oh my God, where the fuck is
Never
our
mind.
Cloak and Dagger?
Getting ready for bed, so I'm gonna alert. Take care of me. Yes, like I said, thank you for the raid. Please go get some rest, Bendy. Have a good
I'm gonna put a summer
night.
higher. So that they
And
can't
thank
really
you for
That's coming.
raiding in. What the? Oh, why was he just standing there?
Stole someone!
Yeah, why was he just standing there?
I'm dead. Instantly. Where did our Sue go? Or Cloak and Dagger? Oh, they're...
Come on, Sue.
They're cloaking. That's what they're doing.
I went back to the portal on accident. Wait, why are we ult?
Okay. What's she getting?
I don't know.
Bucky's right here.
I can't see over there.
Okay.
Ooh, if he didn't have a shield, he'd be dead. I like headshot him 3 times. I must have ult again.
Now I'm getting close to mine.
They have any support ults? That's huge.
I am so dead.
That's fine. I missed my ult,
Nice.
but I staggered them.
I'm dead, yeah. It was actually better for me to die there. Oh, he did get the reset still.
Well, I killed their healer. Me and Emma are still
Oh my
alive.
god, we need to hurry our asses up to go save our fucking Emma.
Yeah, me and her are still alive here.
I missed that. I've got my ult.
Okay, I'm just gonna back up.
Yeah, back up.
Oh my god, thank you.
If we need a cloak to save, I can block Magdal. I almost have my ult.
Can't wait on that.
Nice. I'm on Matt. What's his face? I'm on Sue, and never mind.
Got one.
I couldn't save you.
That's fine. I thought our cloak and dagger was gonna ult.
Our Emma's still alive. Dead.
Is that tail touchable?
Time to portal? 20 seconds to portal.
No,
No portal.
we don't have time.
No.
What the shit? Bro, I got lagged into oblivion. What,
We got
okay.
prompted. Nice, I headshotted her.
Why are there so many hurt people over there?
I don't know. I'm ulting the backline.
Okay.
I got one. I'll die for that. I got their bandito. Wait, how did our cloak die? What?
They stood in the Moon Knight ult.
During her ult?
Oh, I'm so
Yeah.
dead.
I just have to, yeah.
And
I
he
can't.
switched to
I'm
rocket.
dead.
I'm dead.
Oh, we got rocket now.
Oh boy.
Where's our
Almost
ability? Oh my goodness.
I got you.
Thanks. I'm dead though. Never mind.
Oh my god, I need this person to pick up the healing pace.
I got someone in the back.
I get choked.
I am dead. I couldn't do anything. Why was he aiming at me? There were so many people below him.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we got it. Mag soul bolt. I got prompt.
Okay. Alright guys, now we gotta push it that far.
That's fine. I'll go in the back. We'll get him from the back.
Then the more flank.
Yeah, it usually works. You guys will just keep fighting in the front, then I'll put my squids in the back and squid them. They don't have a flanker character.
I would love to go with you, Jan, but I cannot trust this rocket to not heal people.
No, that's fine. I can do solo. I usually do it solo anyway.
Okay.
Back when we had a whole buff, but not anymore.
Yeah, may that rest in peace. Hella would go fucking great here, though.
She's banned.
That was the joke, Jan.
Unless I play
Unless
her.
we unban her.
Unban mid-match. I want Emma right now.
What is fuck Overwatch 2 picking?
He's hovering over a rocket. I'll flank right side. I'm gonna run into this wall.
I'm not solo healing for a while, am I?
No, he's on rocket.
Now you got
He hasn't
Not
picked.
selecting.
Yeah, no, he's not giving us shields.
There we go.
Starts in 5, 4, 3,
It's just the ultimate prank to up tonight. It's because it's Thanksgiving. Maybe they're drunk.
capture the mission area. Got it?
Ooh, they have a group.
Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Yeah, but they can drink now. Like, to celebrate. You know? Or where are they mostly at? I'm in their back.
I'm dead.
You're dead, ulti. Yeah.
I'm alive.
Are we still fighting?
They're still fighting. We're still in.
I got rocket. I am getting Sue. Never mind.
Oh, nice though.
She's not dying. I'm distracting the back line. Oh, she was 1 HP, bro.
That's death. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that.
I didn't have a cleanse because I had to keep our fucking team alive.
I could switch to tank after this.
I'm so dead.
I have ult. Just need to reset.
I couldn't get her.
Ooh, Spunky. Why is Phoenix? Well, they figured out the flanker. She's trying to flank her. Right? I'm ulting. I forced ult.
Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, but everybody's ulting.
Ooh, I was the target. That's not good.
I didn't want to respawn, but I'm respawning.
I'm dead here.
I got 2 of them. I'm dead.
We're all dead.
Yeah. Phoenix is still flanking. I almost have my ulti.
Yeah.
Who are you hopping to, Jan?
Who is not? Who needs to pick up the slack here?
I'm going Magneto.
Our Rocket definitely needs to pick up the slack. He is not healing as well as he should. Our Phoenix is like giga dead.
Yeah, we needed her in the front line, not flanking a 2 flanker DPS. If I can get mine, that's huge. I did damage to him.
Jan, I'm trying to heal you.
Yep, I'm dead now.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do to save you there.
We have Phoenix ult too. She Phoenix ults this.
There we go.
Nice.
Nice. About to say to get rid of the.
It also one-shots in Gambit's ult.
Yeah.
Why do we have 3 tanks?
Vehicle to its destination.
I almost lost the 3 tanks last game. Oh wait, no, I did.
Why is he seeing me clean around?
I couldn't get her. I need Rocket to be on the ball with healing.
Oh.
I got you, Jan.
Thanks. I got 1. About to get 2. Never mind.
Got group.
I blocked off yes. Pushing 5.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna push up. I'm breaking this wall.
Yeah, okay.
Why
I don't know
the
why you were
hell?
in there. Ulti, I would pull back. Ulti, you are definitely dead.
Wait.
The wall closed on you.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this is fine because they're wasting orbs. Like, we have all ours now.
I am just gonna leave, you know? I feel like I'm not needed right now. You fuck right off, sir.
Alright, let me know when we're all together.
Oh,
Hey,
we're
I'm gonna
at 3. Just go. I'm in Gambit. Got Gambit.
Oh my god. I'm dead. Oh. Got her. Why are we so deep, lady?
I think she's stalling. I'm gonna boost.
Yeah, but then when she dies, we need her here.
I have been deaded.
Got her.
Sting now. We have 3 tanks?
We've had 3 tanks because that's how you counter triple support. Okay. I'm gonna die here because I can't move.
I got you, Jen.
Nope, I can't move.
Uh-oh.
I'm dead.
Yep.
I'm alive.
Yeah, I got you. Yep, nut lady. He's just shooting over our team. Rocket, for the love of God.
Shoving as much people as I can.
Thank you.
I got stuck.
I'm about to die. Did their Gambit all?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Alright, that's winnable. Just don't die. Yeah, that's fine. This should be our last push.
I've got my ult.
I'm on Sue.
Nice. Got her?
We got this.
I don't know where Squirrel is. Yeah, we won.
Nice.
Nice.
Woo! I had 40k healing.
Yeah, that's why you triple tank on triple support. They can't kill all of us.
God, okay. Dude, their Gambit, holy shit. He had 20k healing. Brother. What were you doing?
Well, they had triple heals the whole time.
True.
I am P1.
Nice.
I didn't even see how many points I got. It just skipped it for me. Though.
They had 2 different Gambits. That's weird.
Yeah.
Woo. Goomba Spore is an awesome name.
As my potato PC, it's not good.
I think I want to play Jambit.
I'll be right back. We got Magneto.
Hmm.
Did I heal?
You can if you wish.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Who are we banning? Daredevil? Yeah. No, I think we might want to... We're on defense first. I think we might want to keep Penny, but I'm not sure. They'll probably ban Penny, if anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what they pick for bans.
Angelo?
Angela's never a good ban. Ella? I would prefer an Emma, but I'll take a Ella. Who knows, they might ban Emma.
Say less.
Let's see who they ban. God damn it, ulti. Okay, Hella, whatever.
I guess I could Cloak and Dagger.
Alright.
What's
Jan,
happening?
where are you?
Just got back.
Hello.
Emma, my Emma. Looks like I'm going Hawkeye. Looks like I'm going Wanda. Looks like I'm going Namor.
Looks like I'm going Namor. I'm going fish mode.
It's fishy time with Mrs. Balls. I mean, what?
What, huh? Who?
Their name is Mrs. Balls.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My timeline.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Oh no.
2, 1.
I have nobody with that.
They
Who
have
is
a
that?
fish man.
They have a Hella too.
Got the team up.
It's okay, we're better. And Angela.
Oh my god, why is our mag almost dead?
Yes, they're doing a lot of damage. Silent, why are you here?
I reload. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm backing up.
We need to leave.
I am dead.
I am alive.
I just got ult.
I have my ult, yeah.
I'm Addy. I have my ult. I have the
Why
ult.
don't we
We
portal?
teleported. Could we portal
Why
over
the
there?
fuck would we portal? I got mine.
I need him to come closer. I got his ass.
Uh-oh, I'm almost dead.
I'm blocking it. I got it.
Oh my god, I'm so
Got Namor?
low,
Buzz on
yeah.
me. I'm gonna ignore. I can't ignore. I'm gonna die. Dead.
I'm on Sue. I'm distracting him in the back. Are y'all winning?
We have a problem back here.
Look, welcome in. How you doing? Good morning. Forehead fish. The fish gang. Everybody's ulting.
Oh my god, why is he dead?
How did this happen? We had ults. We're doing good. How you?
Ulti, get out of there!
I'm trying to. There we go. There we go.
I have my ultimate.
Oh, I could not save him.
I missed my ult. That was great. Hello, one. How did that fish thing hit me? Ulti, you got ult?
Only 60 seconds left.
It's
Oh my god, I'm
Angela's
so
trying to
dead.
Get me. If we can kill their mag, I can ult.
Just ult, I can block for
Actually,
you.
just ult, yeah.
Alright.
Jam
You
will
don't-
block for you.
I'm gonna ult right here.
I'm back.
Come
But
back.
where'd you go? You missed. Perfect.
That's super kills. Holy shit.
Can we shoot that?
I caught you guys.
I can't see. Thank you. I was about to say this thing's sick. How did that hit him?
I'm dead.
Getting scared.
It's bad.
I'm back.
Oh my god,
Oh, you made a one?
need him to not be in my way. Yeah, I'm dead. Oldie, you gotta keep people alive.
Oh my gosh.
I am touching.
Yeah, Joe, I'm dead. There's nothing
That's
I
fine.
Got it.
I mean, we stalled that for like 3 minutes. So that's pretty good. We do have food Namor. Yeah. They're out of Hela.
Yeah, but I'm a bit worried.
No, we have Namor and Rudolph.
Oh, Namor Grudo? Yeah. Why are we going so deep?
Rhoda.
Jesus wept.
He's just getting rest.
Angela!
I'm about to say, did I not kill anybody with that? Angela's the one. Shooting.
That's huge, by the way.
Yep.
Top up top.
I can't jump up that high. Nice.
Where's Angela?
Yeah.
We killed her.
Angela's probably hiding. Yeah.
I killed her. She said spawn. She's over there.
Shit.
That's good. We'll shoot her. I have a moon knight open.
I'll just have you started up back there. Jan, I believe you're
I'm
fucked.
dead. Yep.
We have Moon Knight as well. That's not good.
I almost said mine. That's fine. I can get him. I'm blocking him. Can we punch this?
It's fine.
Yeah, but I can't move.
Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, you're both dead.
We should abandon it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Cool.
Should I swap Strange? No, there's no way.
Yeah, there's no time.
Yeah, we need to leave.
I was waiting for our roots wall.
That's bad. Ulti, we gotta go. Just keep each other alive. Yeah, just keep each other living.
Goodbye.
Where'd you go?
I'm fine. Ish. Ulti up! I'm dead. Yeah.
You guys are
they
both dead.
wasted everything to try to get us.
We have 5 ults.
Yeah. Could switch to Muna. I'm just waiting for this guy to ult and to get healed.
I got you.
Thanks.
She's
They're
gone.
dead. How did she get away?
She's Angela. You're rarely ever not gonna let her get away. Oh, God, okay. Eyes are rocket hurt.
Angela.
got one.
Nice. That's good. That's good. They're falling apart.
I'm dead though.
Oh, jam.
I got respawn. They're about to say they don't have Magneto. I am away from that. Oh, thanks.
Dead.
That hit me. That's wild.
It's only him though.
Yeah, but Uber might respawn. No, they're not gonna make it. Shit, block it!
Oh, I'm blocking the door. I should have fished him. I didn't see he was there.
Shit, so far though.
We got it.
Alright, I got faith.
I can swap the DPS. I don't feel like I'm doing that good with Cloak and Dagger.
I feel like you're doing great with Cloak and Dagger. Well, you have more assist than our rocket does, meaning you're healing more than he is. Yeah, I'm not against triple heals. The only problem is the other DPS we relatively would want is Hela, and I don't know if you know how to play her.
I know how to play everybody. But I'm getting the Namor combo.
This is going well.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing good on kill, well, except for our rocket, but he's a healer, so.
Have you made your decision yet, Namor? Do you stand with Krakoa?
Where's that going?
Such an allegiance between land and
I don't know.
sea must be carefully considered.
There's a bubble in the sky now.
You are still a mutant. No matter where you dwell, would you deny your own...
You are technically our only defensive ult. Mine does good defensive shit, but
Rocket
if I
can
get rocked, it's kind of over.
We got you, Herbie. Don't you worry.
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons.
We have a Hawkeye.
Angela.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I'm alive.
Angela's coming. On Strange. I can't see. Killable?
There's no way he's living. He's dead. Thank God, Groot. Nice, Shan.
What the hell? Where did he even shoot me from?
Hawkeye.
We got him.
He's dead.
Angela.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Denizens of the deep.
Yep, just keep your healers distracted just for a little while longer.
I don't have anything for that. Bro didn't combo with me. They shut ours out.
That's not good.
Go, be free! Be free, my child! Ugh. I'm so dead. Yeah.
Got one?
The Rocket and I are dead. Yeah, it's just will take. Who's healing?
It's fine.
Why
He
would you
ulted.
waste that? Okay,
One.
we have Sue now. Oh my god.
I got another one.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna die.
I got you.
I'm dead though.
Oh god.
Gosh, I'm dead too.
We have Groodle and my ult.
I'm gonna ult here.
I don't think anybody can stop that.
Woo! Damn, they're very lucky.
Ah, darn.
I'm dead, yeah.
I'm dead. Sue has ult.
Bruh.
Why are we not?
Where was Mrs. Balls? I thought she was there. He ulted, I'm not there. Is that winnable?
Damn it, never folds.
He's dead.
Nice.
Well, they have a blade. Interesting.
What do they have blade?
It's Angela. She's trying to stall.
He dead.
Okay.
Do have ult.
God, we have to push it so far.
I'm just thinking Necro, just go up.
Yeah, they don't have a mag anymore, so you're pretty much safe, ulti.
Yep.
Let's get Angel.
Woo! Well, now no one's gonna do anything for a while.
This guy needs to ult so I can help him.
That's not good.
Got 3.
Oh my god, our thing!
What happened?
The goat himself!
What happened? What do you do?
He solo ulted the Angela so she couldn't kill anyone during
Nice.
her ult.
Alright, me and Groot also wiped out their team.
Wall it off. Wall it off.
Yikes, I'm fine. Dude, they went back to Gambit, okay.
They're triple healing. Triple tank set.
Yeah, I know, they weren't Gambit before. It was a rocket.
Moon Knight was 1 HP, bro. I missed.
Touch.
They question mark.
Nice. Hi, Maybe baby.
Hi, baby.
Hello. Also,
The ranked games
Gambit.
are going good. You
Go,
two
go, go,
got
go.
this. It's
Gambit
3 of us.
gift?
What just happened?
Yeah, games are going good. We're just winning.
Awesome.
Damn. I had 2 fucking final hits.
That's what we
Diamond 2.
almost died.
Everybody locked in.
I love Gambit so much.
Why did they just not touch it? He just kept backing
I
up.
don't know. They just didn't touch. Ulti and I were ready for a push.
Yeah, I was too. I was about to get my ult. Groot has his ult.
Diamond carry you? Yeah, we're gonna get the GM. Probably not.
We're actually going all the way to Celestial until that's when we stop stream.
I'm going up to Eternity.
Yeah, we're going up top 500. Oh my god, Daredevil.
Ban Daredevil.
I think we should ban Daredevil.
I think we should ban Daredevil. Elma's gotta go.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Elma, yeah, it definitely has to be Emma. Jan, I swear to God.
He's too strong.
Do you play comp Rivals, Maeve? I haven't seen you stream in a bit either.
Thought I just saw her stream. It's been like 2 weeks.
Our Daredevil.
We got pranked.
It is the way the cookie crumbles. Who next?
Penny?
Ooh, Penny's pretty good for a ban on this map.
Let's ban Daredevil.
Yeah, I think Penny's really good for a ban on this map. Because Yiggs... Why are we banning Penny? We're on defense. Jan, I swear to God. You and your sass. Ooh.
You'll need a top
Bucky.
team to win this one.
I'll fill.
Here, man.
Come on, okay.
What's Royal gonna play?
Up against.
I don't recognize any names.
Better pick or I'm peeking group. You better pick right now. Alright. I am Venom. I am Venom. Get pranked.
You motherfucker. Piece of shit. How dare you lock us in like that?
Okay.
Get ready.
Yeah. I have a lot of faith in this Spider-Man because he's Lord Daredevil, meaning he...
Get pranked.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes.
Douchestadt.
You'll have to let
I am the Groot.
Does this wall kill you?
No, it gives
It
him
makes me
CC
CC immunity. That's why I'm hiding it.
and it gives him more health the more damage is done within the field.
Yeah.
That.
Wow.
Captain. What happened to our Psylocke?
She got deleted.
I'm about to get deleted myself.
Cap's won. He was.
Yeah, he's definitely getting out.
Lovely that no one's shooting my tree.
Hurt.
I need to block that off.
Brother, I am still so hurt. It's okay, I healed myself.
I almost got the cap. I have 3 heals.
He's dead. I blocked him.
Cap's gone.
Nice.
Huge.
He see.
Down their heals.
I got you.
Hold on, I gotta reload my arms. Oh.
Where is he?
Oh my god, Jan!
I'm gonna die.
I got you, bestie.
Thank you. Yes, I am Groot. How are you, Maeve?
It's strange.
That's strange. Oh! The stupid shield blocked me. I should have Kobe'd it. Get pranked. That's huge.
I'm just gonna
Hello.
stop you, fella.
This is my rank up game. Nice.
Got her.
There.
There's a bot. Oh no.
What? Where? Cheap viewers.
Chat.
Maybe banned them.
I got it.
Nice, thank you, Necro.
They haven't support ulted in a while. Their Strange also
Yeah,
has an
right.
ulti.
Our Sue's about to get her second one.
Pop that. Pop that, never mind.
Oh,
He's getting popped.
and dead.
Yeah, you got popped.
Oh my god. Oh shit.
Yeah, you got popped too. I'll just reset.
Okay.
We got pranked.
I'm portaling.
I'm good. How's it going? Well, we have only like lost twice. We are too good. And I'm almost
That's a
diamond.
safer spot.
Right in front of this Hellas face.
I would prefer you didn't do that.
Yeah, I couldn't even see where I put my my shield.
Yeah, Ulti, you gotta not place it in front of people. You gotta place it
At
in
least do it
spots.
behind him. Wait, I can teleport back in.
Oh, you don't want to say hi to them? You don't want to say hi?
I'm in.
Oh my god, I got you. I'm so dead, it's not even funny.
I'm dead.
Nobody else is dead there. Spider-Man? That's Iron Spider-Man. Iron Span.
Yeah, I think you can make it out.
It's holding it down.
Oh, the Sonic's there too. She is instantly. We need to pull back.
He just immediately died.
Man. I'm gonna Kobe my own. Spider-Man, yeah, exactly. Is there Stranger ult?
Yeah, he ulted to kill me during that team fight.
I need to... No.
Oh!
I should have bursted out and got rid of it.
Are we still here? Where's the gamers at? I'm about to die.
We're being pushed back by a Moon Knight ult.
Just push into it.
What the fuck is our Spider-Man doing?
Just looking for opportunities. I'm waiting for their Gambit to ult, so then I can just obliterate them with my
He's
ult.
waiting on you to ult. Can you
Yeah, and we're gonna wait all day.
Jesus. Why? Wait, I can force it. Never mind.
He's safe. She's safe.
No, she's safe.
There we go.
There it is. I missed. There was a shield in the way. There, I thought it was gone.
I'm so dead.
Oh,
So dead.
that's very. Nope.
Oh,
You can fuck right off, sir.
the ult waiting. Well, everybody ulted there, so no longer waiting.
I do have ult.
Yeah. Can we touch though?
I just need a touch.
Yeah, but we don't have any. Oh, never mind.
Nice.
I couldn't touch for long.
Get out of the way. I'm here.
Massive.
Yep. We got what's his face?
Gambit.
I'm on.
I'm dead.
Rocket's dead.
Oh my god.
I'm getting health.
Don't feel like I'm doing that well.
I'm stuck in a pole. I can't believe this. They were saving everybody's ult. That's fine.
Yeah, we need to regroup.
I'll swap now. Magneto
I
time.
am gonna die. Yeah.
Okay, Jan.
I don't really know at all.
I'm doing
Our
my best. I
Spidey's
feel like I could be
kinda-
maybe.
He's just doing good.
To be fair, our fucking Spidey is not doing that much. He's getting like a few picks here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, he's not killing anything. That's super important.
That is very close and misses everybody. That does nothing. I'm just helping our team farm ults.
Yeah, no, just keep getting hit by that. I got the Yonk.
Nice. I almost have my ult.
I'm about to have mine. I'm dead.
I'm here.
Jan! My hero!
Is that ours or theirs?
It's theirs. I'm so dead.
I got one.
Their tanks are
I'll
just
take it
on
out of
that
here.
line.
Oh!
Holding it?
I spun around.
Hello? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, what do we do here?
That's fine. We can do one more fight. The goats are screaming. I wasn't here yet. I cried.
No. Oh my god, he's straight dead.
What happened?
I think the DPSs are not DPSing.
Yeah, their Moon Knight has ult again.
Oh my god, ulti. Yeah.
Damn, you got popped.
Yep. I do have ult ready too.
Nice, we killed him.
Oh my god. We're good. I got you, Jan.
Thanks.
Going around behind him. I'm gonna ult.
Okay. I'm distracting. I'm gonna die.
I got you.
Are you gonna ult? That's huge. You can kill him.
I'm dead.
Yeah, but we've also
Whenever
killed them.
ulti ults, their Strange just pushes past and goes straight for me.
Yeah, that's fine. He's not gonna kill anybody here.
Nice.
Yeah, he's dead. Get rid of the snag.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, come over here.
Portaling?
They can't do it in time. Yeah.
Eat this. I missed.
Bloody okay.
They play like they're top 500, yeah. That's how it usually is, Maeve.
I mean, he's getting picks, which is good. 12 and
Our
7.
Punisher is 9 and 8.
I think he just switched to Punisher. He wasn't Punisher the whole time.
I know he's a DPS.
He was Psylocke.
He was Psylocke then Star-Lord.
What's he saying? What's the goober saying?
Actually, yeah, we could do that. Rocket, yeah, that might work.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, Rocket or Cloak for fine. I think Rocket's good for burst damage with his ult and the respawn.
We need more damage with this slot, so we can try that.
Well, Cloak doesn't really give damage with her ult.
L gives damage.
Not gonna go how long? It's good.
I hope you've been good, Maeve.
Yes.
We gotta post our winter art again this year.
Wait, I thought we were doing triple heals.
We are.
What? Oh, you got off to Punisher.
No, we have a Punisher and a...
Let's see
Spider-Man.
the one back here.
I think someone did takesy backsies, Chad.
Can't do that. We're in comp. No Moon Knight attack on the beginning. But they still have to die. He's all the way in the back.
I'm reloading.
I'm waiting for those
It's
heals.
fine.
Oh my god.
You didn't tell me you were low. Some, oh,
The one of your
yeah.
faves? Me too.
I'm just staying in a distance. What's that about? Double shield's kinda hard. You don't want to have a lot of damage. I'm blocking him. Did we get him?
They got to his team.
What about the Zelda?
Oh my god, she's dead, but the hell is gone.
Ooh, she respawned.
She got rezzed. She got rezzed. I need some heals.
Yeah, I got you.
They double supported.
Oh, he went away. I'm dead here.
That's fine, they double support ulted.
I got popped.
Yeah, but they wasted both support ults. I was reloading. Balls.
It's fine, just reset.
Let's tell this guy triple heals.
Okay, they triple healed now. We're good.
Triple heals,
Triple
please.
heals, please.
Triple heals.
If we triple heal, I can go do
think
other
we-
things. Hey, Busy.
Can we just shoot him?
We,
I can't see. Our Sue is running into the.
oh my dear lord. I'm reloading. Oh my god,
Huge.
ulti.
I'm dead.
Yeah, but I wasn't ready. You didn't say anything.
Just let you you get out of
Oh, that's
Gloria.
huge.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my god, that's Spidey. There we go.
1x1.
What the fuck was that ult for?
It was just a prank.
Need that.
Nice rocket.
No, that was a
Oh, this
bad thing,
guy's-
ulti. That was a bad thing.
There was one guy left alive.
They're gonna TP back.
They're gonna have portal.
Where's Spider-Man? Can't you stop him? Why is he just spitting around here? I'm on Gambit. Never mind, he's ulted maybe? No, I got him anyway.
Yep, I ulted him.
More
I
name.
ulted. That was my ult.
Back, back,
We're
back.
good.
Hella?
I'm burning it.
I'm on Hella. She's one.
Got it.
I'm on Raccoon. Raccoon dead. I'm gonna stagger. Never mind. He's on. Who's healing?
Gambit. I got him. Ooh!
Got you. There we go.
Have oh,
Jesus.
Smack him I will with my whip. Never leave home without it. We've been very naughty. Hi, Rocket.
Did our Spidey just get, like,
Yeah.
fucked by a Hella?
There are BRBs over there.
why is there Hella frontlining?
That's why.
We need to pull back.
Yeah.
I'm about to die.
I'm going forward.
Forward.
I'm ulting. I got one.
He's back, though.
Yeah, well, Rocket was almost dead, or Spider-Man missed the chance to kill him.
I'm dropping the bomb. Oh,
Okay.
Strange is also dropping the bomb.
That's huge. Yeah, it's fine, just kill him. I'm on Rocket.
Right side, right side.
I got her. Who's TPing? I'm just kidding.
I don't think he is.
Dude, teleport, he gives a joke.
Behind us. Is what I would say if they're behind us.
Hold the phone, don't be too aggressive.
What?
What the fuck?
I think it's a good push.
No,
We
his
didn't need it.
he's wasted it. Where's the vehicle? We wasted our Suo.
Strange.
Yeah. I'm ulting here. I got Rocket.
Nice. Where is that?
I can get him. I missed, never mind. Ulti can't help you. That's huge. That's good. That's good. Strange is one. He's purple.
Back.
That was stupid of him.
I've got my ult.
I'm not getting rocket healed over here.
You got their BRB.
Nice.
I'm going in.
That's huge.
That's
Shoot that. Just shoot it. Never mind.
That's giga bad, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are all dead. I'm just gonna reset.
In and on here.
We have one more fight.
Do we portal or do we not?
Almost have my all.
I don't think we should portal yet.
There's no need to portal. Just walk in. Should triple tank.
Come on, ulti.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
That's huge. He missed. Yeah, Magneto.
Two of them are dead.
I got her.
Hella's one.
I'm on Hella. Hella's ulting. She's not touching the point.
I'm dead. Yeah, she's not touching, just push it.
I'm on Gambit.
Rocket, rocket, rocket.
Never mind. Gambit 1.
Get rid of this rocket.
Oh, that was a cap. I thought that was an enemy. I'm on Stu. Never mind. I'm still on her.
Got cat, got cat. Rocket's dead.
Gambit.
I'm dead. I got Sue.
Nice. That was huge.
Oh my
Good
god.
game.
Necro.
I lived. I apparently survived because I managed to bonk their suit with my staff.
Welcome in, Kat. How you doing?
Camped.
Hello, cat.
Cool game.
Mag prison.
I'm in prison again. I'm just getting sent back to the Shadow Realm.
Good job.
Think I'm diamond, maybe? Never mind, we lost last match. I'm diamond next time.
Halfway to Diamond 1.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is so scary.
Thank you for the bald.
On to the next one.
I mean, we would have not won that earlier if our
Hey,
two didn't randomly
Do
ult.
you like my don't I look like an older version of my my old model?
Thank you for the
Do I look
balded.
like a glow up. I feel like it's a glow up.
Balded. I want Gambit's Lord so badly. I'll hopefully get it before Rogue comes out.
If we win this one, it's my last match.
Rocket.
Yeah.
And Royal was the Rocket last game. Who else did he play?
Our DPS, Psylocke, and whoever he played.
Oh yeah,
Punisher?
Psylocke and Star-Lord.
He was Star-Lord? I never noticed.
Yeah.
I thought it was Punisher. This may be my LG.
Who the fuck are we banning?
Still very you, but fancy. Oh well, thank you. You make me blush. here.
Elma. Rocket. Oh my good heavens, Crush. Chan?
I hate Cloak.
That's fine.
Why would we be banning Rocket? That's your sole purpose for being here, Phoenix. Namor? What do you think?
No. I'd rather do Hella.
We banning Hella?
Yeah, banning Hella.
Sure. Nice.
Let's go. Double Hella. It cancels out. Now we can play Hella.
There's no Emma ban.
I thought we banned Emma.
No.
We banned Daredevil.
We got DD. We need an Emma.
I'll Emma.
Jan, you know how to Emma?
Let me read her ability real quick. F1. Got Sassy Spear, Diamond Form, Mine Aegis. Alright, I got her.
Alright. I trust you, Jan.
I can also, I would say just Mag.
What, requesting Vent Wanda.
If they have an Emma, we will lose.
No, I counter Emma with my mag.
Hey, are you sure about that, Jan?
Yeah, I can shield her face.
If you think you can.
Well, let's try Emma first. I need to see what they have.
There's no way they don't have an Emma, right?
I'm reading. Hold on. Diamonds. Carbon Crush. Crystal Kick.
Yeah, how to play Emma is exactly what you do.
Yeah.
He was on TikTok, yeah.
Watching TikTok videos right now. Hold on. Give me a second.
Jen is walking a wall.
Alright, I am pro. Yeah, I was reading. I'm pro Emma now.
Faster, Jan!
Am I going somewhere? Yes, no problem. Thank you for hanging out. Good luck at work stuff.
I'm dead.
Oh my god.
What just happened?
I got you, I got you.
Moon Knight.
Nice, nice, nice. Can't just swing it at nothing. Magic just died up there.
Moon Knight and Magic are up here. I didn't mean to press that button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh,
I
this
knew I should have been
might be a-
Magneto.
Yeah, this Moon Knight might pose a problem.
Oh!
Let me. Do you want? I can strange unless you want to match.
Here's a short gameplay of how to play him. I mean, I'm ace. Doing pretty good. Can't really do anything Emma. I mean, against Magic. You got Spidey. They can him. Are y'all good over here?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just cocked our Bucky out of that kill. Our Groot.
What the hell? He's super speed.
There's a Magic. That was an ult.
You can't do anything.
I got our group back up.
Did we get him? I'm ulting. I am gonna die.
Yeah, there's a Magic back here. Kind of messing us up.
Was she ulting?
No, she has not ulted yet.
You guys just losing the Magic? With a Bucky?
got like giga buffed to where
You
she
got a
can
Bucky.
1v3 really easily.
A Bucky. A Bucky. Get back here, Jeff. Okay, yeah. Did he eat anybody?
He ate me.
Oh, that's probably why.
Oh my god, I didn't realize everyone left.
I wasted my diamond for.
Okay.
I knew I should have been back.
Yeah, I don't think Spidey's the play, bro.
We need to pull back, Jan.
That's fine.
Hi, Silver. Hello. Would you like me to tank?
What the hell? Why is she doing so much damage?
I told you they like giga buffed Magic. She's really strong right now.
That's stupid.
Spidey.
Can we walk in with your ult, please?
The moon haunts you.
Nice. One more. Yeah.
There we go.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That's still 4 minutes.
Our Spidey
They did
is
buff Magic, yes.
Yeah. They buff Magic a metric shit ton. She can flank, but she's also a brawler now. Where's our other healer? Why am I solo healing you guys?
I am healing right behind you.
Oh, hey, I forgot. Gambit is so killable though.
Where's?
He already got back to his team. Unk.
That's huge.
Okay.
I got him. Oh my god, why are you so far ahead?
Nice.
Stupid fucking shark.
Did they game battle?
I
Yes.
don't remember.
Yes, they did. That's why I placed my ult down.
Okay. There's Jeff's walking in.
Goodbye.
Get off of him.
I am dead.
Yeah, I cannot do much, buddy. I have their entire team with me currently.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm dead.
How did you die?
They're just shooting past you. It's an explosion.
Yeah, come here, buddy. Use your roll. I got her.
Nice.
I got you.
It's huge. Never mind, he's not folding.
Uh oh. Yeah, I need to, like, leave. I'm so
Yeah,
hurt.
stop holding the ult. Just use it.
I will in a
Hold it
second.
down, Janjo. Hold it down.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need everyone in front of me.
I missed.
I'm dead.
What happened?
Their mag is just pushing back our past you guys.
I know, I was shooting him the whole time.
Holding it. I don't know, I'm here. Okay.
That's huge. Triple tanking, we got a Liquid Cobra.
No.
Someone touch point.
I'm touching.
Yep, on it.
Magic's right here.
I killed a Thor. He was-
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, the triple heals is good.
Oh, that's double not good.
I'm ulting. Nice.
Very nice, very nice.
I'm swinging. He's just made it hard to hit that guy. 25 seconds, so we have
Swapping string.
You will.
I'm not gonna portal.
No, I think you just walk in. Thor!
Oh my god. Brother, why were you so deep? We need to get in this ult.
I'm dead.
That's
Just
double not good. Yeah, I've definitely gone here.
It's fine. I'm retreating. Is that you or them? It's them.
It wasn't. It was them. Gambit never folds as the enemy line.
I'm going in their backline. Cart.
Touching, I'm touching. I'm dead.
I'm dead, yeah.
What the hell?
I don't think we should have pushed past. We should have kept on the point.
Yep.
I think it was a mistake to go that far forward.
Well, I thought Thor had that. He could have
Thor went
1v3'd
with
them.
you.
He did.
Janjo, I'll swap
Yes.
with you. Oh,
I thought that was you.
I did go with you. I went with you, both of you.
I really feel like we're just not getting enough
I'll bring out the
damage
string.
here.
I'll do string.
Yeah, we don't have damage.
Problem.
Squirrel girl. You
Well-
are solo heaving.
I got this.
You got this. It's fine. We're all support
Who the
now.
fuck is picking what?
Hey, look at me. I got a skin. That means I'm doing stuff.
I'm not sure about the Spidey, I'm gonna be real.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Damn, if people are just tuning in,
You're doing fine. Just make sure you focus the Moon Knight.
We can do it.
That'd be huge.
I've been on a roll tonight.
Will we win this one though?
Yes, Daddy, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my last game.
Appreciate it, bro.
Is it, Jan?
Yeah, I got another stream in 7 hours.
Oh yeah. Have I told you I'm sick of this map?
No, they haven't.
I haven't hit a single
Oh
shot.
yeah, we did lose our Emma. That's probably not good.
That's fine. We got damage. What the hell? Oh, there's a magic behind that killed me. I almost have my ult. I have my ult.
Oh my god, Jam.
I got 2.
Oh.
That's winnable, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think I hit anybody with that.
You hit Thor.
Okay.
Goodbye. I'm gone.
I mean,
Living.
He said fresh nut here.
Fresh nut here.
no touch.
No touchy.
It's
lady.
over here.
Oh baby. That was a fantastic pick.
I missed my thing entirely.
Oh my god, Jan, I'm trying.
Thanks.
Got
Nice.
Good pick.
Yeah. I'm just constantly doing damage to the backline. I have my ult again.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, we probably need to push,
Push it.
the village.
Gotta reload.
I'm a skillable here.
Got her. I gotta reload. I'm just whipping her.
Oh my god, I got
Nice. I just shot at her.
Right.
She walking.
Yeah.
I mean, we have 4 minutes. I mean, it's the same as them earlier. I'm gonna stay in park. I was gonna say we should keep 3 on for this one.
Perfect.
I've been holding my ults. Nothing's been happening.
I need to go save our Thor.
I'm adding.
Thor.
Oh, Spidey. Buddy, I'm sorry. Okay.
You didn't get anybody.
Yep. bitch.
Spider-Man. How did I get hit by that?
Jed, I'll keep you alive. Jed, I'll keep you
Thank
alive.
No, no, no,
I'm smacking. I'm dead.
I'm reloading.
I almost have
Yeah,
my
I'm dead.
reset.
I'm so dead.
Oh shit. I got it, guys.
Good shot.
We're still fighting?
We
or
need
no?
to wait for
I mean, I think we're dead, right?
No, we're not still fighting. Spidey.
Spidey, Spider-Man.
We almost have 4 ults. We have 3 right now.
Gambit, let's walk him with ult, and I'll try to get the support with my ult.
No. Yeah, they're dead. Doesn't matter, use your ult, everybody.
That's huge.
Purple card.
Yep.
I'm back.
Portal the thing.
Say less.
It's a little late, but they can walk out now. Where's the portal?
He webbed me.
Oh.
Sick.
It's fine.
Alright, boys. They have no time.
Great round, guys.
Yep, 30 seconds more than them.
I think we have a minute and 30.
Including which side you're on. You'll
Oh
need
Lord,
a
Spider-Man.
top-notch team to win this one.
Okay, now we're defending.
This is fine still.
This is fine.
Yeah, we'll be able to get up to Grandmaster by before the end of the weekend.
Yeah. Gonna have more time again tomorrow on Friday.
Yeah.
Round 3, go!
Okay. This is gonna be a fun one. If we stop them here, we win.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Unless.
Unless.
I was thinking, all spider people are connected to a spider totem. Yeah. So I wonder if they're like.
An extra damage in.
I'm
They don't
spinning
look
the
like
same
daggers that I throw out.
little spirals.
It's like, yeah.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Have a group.
They're walling you off, ulti.
Sorry. I'm good.
Got one. Goose about to die.
Oh, they are crumbling hard. Mag. I should not just sit here and take that.
If I can get ulti before they get in. I have it. But they have to touch still.
Working on Mag. Mag
Nice.
go. I can't get in.
Kill the backline. Never mind. We need to have our fold. How are these guys alive?
That was beautiful. Touch it, forehead.
Yeah, they didn't touch it.
Right.
Huge old ulti.
Thank you.
Yep, that was a massive eye.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
We just needed Moon Knight.
Now we just need to, like, push ever so slightly.
Need to build ults in 2 minutes.
I was holding right on top of a pillar. Calm gameplay.
Huge job right there.
We'll probably surrender after that. Here's hoping.
You believe in us? Yes. This is the dream team.
You can hold us for 2 minutes.
I know, right? They hold us.
3, I think. She was playing comp today.
Oh.
Celeste.
Oh yeah, I was trying to join her, but I was placement. So I got brocked. Wait, I'm about to pass her.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I did go from gold and to GM like last year. Spider-Man again.
They have a Spider-Man?
Yeah, I can see him. He's walking toward us.
Interesting. Hi, Yuma. Hello. Long time no see.
Hello.
Playing some ranked.
Time to kick some ass with Gambit.
Yes.
Yeah, Spider-Man's flying around.
Ooh, that's
Our Spider-Man died. They have cap.
I couldn't heal you, I was reloading.
That's fine.
I Gambit. Back Gambit. That's it.
No, there's spy down point.
If I can get my ult. Bruh, this Bucky just keeps shooting me over and over. So I build ults.
Yeah, Bucky's on point.
Nope. You got a little spider.
Yeah. Get out of our point.
Nice.
Woo!
Nice. This is our last game, Yuma.
That was our last game.
What's your rank?
What is your rank? Actually, we are doing ranked.
Oh my god. I can't believe we fucking won that.
55 kills. Wow.
Yes.
Yo, Diamond 1. I mean 3.
Never mind, it's okay, Yuma. If I was
Diamond.
Play, I'd be able.
Got super ranked. I'm Diamond 1 now.
Oh. My wrist hurts now. Brother, the amount of shit. I had to pull. I am halfway through Centurion with Gambit.
That's only a 17-minute match.
Lord.
Yeah,
Casual.
you're gonna get up to eternity at least.
That is the goal.
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna get here. We're currently here.
I have been bald for 20 minutes. I
Yeah,
forgot.
If you catch up to Diamond by tomorrow, you know, I'll be playing some more ranked tomorrow on stream.
Yeah. We're going to GM tomorrow.
GM2, yeah.
I was gold 3 like 5 hours ago.
Yeah, we're doing really well though. But good games, everyone. Good games. We ranked
Yes.
up to Diamond 2.
My arm.
Man, but you're still like... Here, look at all these yellows on the screen. Since 5 earlier. I mean, it's only gold.
Yeah.
You have had.
Alright, I'm gonna swap to my stream ending scene.
Yes.
But we're gonna keep talking here.
Do you have anyone you want to raid?
Yeah. Let's see, I'm not even sure if I have anybody to raid.
I do.
Who's live?
Oh.
Chai and Nyx.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's
Nyx
doing
is
a,
cooking.
Nyx is cooking.
What's she cooking?
Cooking stream.
Oh, neat.
Which one are we going to?
Creepy's on too.
I'm
What
good
y'all
for
like to
any.
See? Annie's on.
Yeah, there's a lot of people
There's so
on.
many people who are
That's what I
on.
was trying to say. There's a lot.
I haven't rated. Have you rated out to Annie?
Hamburger.
I haven't rated out to
It's
Annie.
I don't usually stream this late, so I haven't. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah, let's
down.
rate out to Annie then.
Yeah, I'm usually asleep by this time. So here's who we're rating. We're rating up Annie. Yeah, I shouted.
Let me get the raid message going here.
Yes. What's our raid message?
I'm gonna make meatballs.
You'll get
Make
the
it.
answer.
You love the new
Meatball.
channel? Oh, you mean of the scene? Yeah.
I was gonna say I won't say it.
Yeah, it's very nice. Isn't it? This
Thank
is
you
about
for all the lurkers
Good luck on polls. Looks like
and the
she
raids.
is
She's pulling.
pulling. Yeah.
There's the raid message.
Well, it's a copy of your name, Janjo.
But thank you everybody so much for joining tonight. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yes.
Necro Janjo, do you want to join me for a rank tomorrow?
What time?
Depends on the time.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Nice. We'll just communicate in the DMs.
Yeah.
We'll see what we'll go from there.
Good night, everybody.
Marvel, just hit me. Yeah. So I'm just gonna be. I really like this season reward schema, so I'm just gonna be grinding out this.
Yeah, Anniversary's coming out soon too.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna be grinding out comp, honestly. So you can join, absolutely,
Yes.
but just make sure that you are within the same rank as us.
Yes, I had to catch up. I was like 2 hours without
We'll be
him.
back for Thanksgiving, and we're gonna have movie night on Saturday for little Thanksgiving
Yes.
celebration.
She had to figure out I'm gonna stream Sunday.
But make sure you go ahead and copy and paste that raid message, and we'll see you all tomorrow, everyone.
Yes, yes. See you guys
everyone.
tomorrow. Bye bye.
I got 7 seconds.
And bam. I think I timed it with you. Hopefully.